Recording in progress.
Good evening, everyone. Calling to order this regular meeting of the Planning and Transportation Commission for Wednesday, April 9th, 2025. Ms. Dow, could you please take the roll?
Chair Cheng.
Here.
Vice Chair Aiken.
Here.
Commissioner James.
Here.
Commissioner G.
Here.
Commissioner Peterson.
Here.
Commissioner Templeton.
Here.
We have a quorum.
So before we do our first officially agendized item, I just wanted to welcome Commissioner Todd James, who is here to join us tonight for his first meeting. Welcome. And our first order of business is public comment. So this is public comment on items that are not on the agenda. Ms. Dow, do we have any speakers?
I have none for oral communications.
Great. Okay, thank you. And then do we have any agenda changes, additions, and deletions, Ms. Armour?
No changes.
Great. So on to city official reports. Take it away, Ms. Armour.
Good evening. So we will quickly take a look at what's in our upcoming Planning and Transportation Commission meetings. So right now we have 2 items scheduled for the April 30th meeting. We will do the discussion of the El Camino Real retail nodes that was continued from a previous meeting. And we are working to bring the application for 660 University to you for the continuation of that discussion, still working with the applicant to make sure we have the information requested. And then a tentative agenda for your May 14th meeting, we have South Palo Alto bike ped connectivity and a review of the capital improvement, the CIP plan. I also wanted to note here that the city has transitioned the web address and emails that we have for the city from cityofpaloalto.org to paloalto.gov. Otherwise, email addresses for city staff are still the same in terms of first name dot last name. That transition actually started today, so we are working on updating handouts and online documents to the new links, but everything should be working at this point. We'll just go through and do that update. Next slide. So then in terms of recent and upcoming council meetings on items that came to the PTC previously, we had a discussion of the lighting ordinance on Monday of this week. They requested some changes to what was brought forward to them, and so they continued it for a future meeting with specific direction. And then next week, the City Council will be considering the planned community, the PHZ, for the project at 70 Encina Avenue. And that completes my report for this evening.
Do any commissioners have questions for Ms. Armour before we move on to transportation? Yes, Commissioner G.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Armour. I was wondering, I'm looking on packet page 7 that it's scheduled that the parking program update is supposed to come for April 30th. Could you speak to that?
Yes, thank you for that request. As you know from our last meeting, there was a brief update and discussion at the beginning of the meeting to that, working with the data that's been collected and how to present and summarize that. I am working with the Transportation Division to bring that to you, but it does look like it will likely be May that comes forward. We are also discussing the possibility of having that be an annual update so that you will have the expectation of seeing that once a year. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do have a question also. So you noted that 660 University Avenue is going to come back to us again and that it was continued. So we didn't continue it to, at least that's not what I recall.
We will renotice it.
Okay.
You continued it to a date uncertain.
I thought we moved it on to council, but maybe I just don't remember.
For 660, you requested additional information, for example, about the flood zone and the encroachments in underground into the special setback, some of those details as well, including the comprehensive plan proposal And so all of that will come back
Okay.
for future consideration.
Thank you for refreshing my memory. All right, is Mr. Rios here for transportation?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Rafael Rios, Senior Engineer with the Office of Transportation. Just some minor updates. Ms. Armour mentioned the South Palo Alto Bike and Ped connectivity coming in May. We did want to point out there's an opportunity to take an online survey. I emailed the link, or we had the link emailed to the commission for members of the public. It's available on the transportation projects webpage. And that survey will be open until April 30th. So we invite everyone to participate in that. And also the bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan update project page has online comment form that we're also seeking input on, and that's also open through April 30th. Those are the only updates I have for tonight, unless you have questions.
Anybody have questions for Mr. Rios? Okay, so then on to our first action item tonight. The first one is review the final concept design for the permanent installation of the Crescent Park traffic calming project. Could we start with the staff presentation, please?
Good evening, Chair Chang, Commissioners. I'm Shala Yazdi with the Office of Project Engineer with the Office of Transportation. To my left, I have Chirag Panchal, the Associate Engineer with our department as well. And to my right, Steve Davis from Fair and Piers. He's the consultant that's been working on the project with us. So having said that, I will start off the presentation and then hand it over to Steve. So tonight we're discussing review the final concept design for the Crescent Park traffic calming project. Next slide, please. So the agenda for the evening, we're going to go over the purpose, project overview and background, final design concept layouts, next steps, and also discussion afterwards. Next slide. So just a brief reminder of one of the purpose for tonight is to review the final concept plans for the Crescent Park project. We have the updated revised plans per the PTC motion from June 14th meeting. It was recommended to city, so the PTC motion from June 24th meeting, 14th meeting was to recommend to City Council for permanent improvements of the traffic oval at Center, Southwood, and Hamilton with the condition that it be landscaped, and also that the bulb out at the corner of East Crescent and Southwood to be refined with input directly from the adjacent property owners. And we were also, another part of the motion was for staff to come back for PTC review of the concept designs. I will hand this over to Steve to kind of continue with the project overview and descriptions of the refinements that we've done to date. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for having me here tonight. Next slide. Thank you. So we'll start out with just walking through a little bit of overview and background on the project and what the path has been from when we started to where we are now. So as I think probably most of you here recall, the overall primary goals of the project were to improve safety and quality of life based on feedback that had been heard from residents related to cut through traffic along several streets, but particularly for folks who are using Hamilton as an alternate route during times of congestion on University. And so we started looking at ways to try to address that cut through traffic concern, as well as minimize travel speeds where we could try to put in traffic calming features that would address those issues. Next slide, please. So the initial set of projects that we're really looking at still are the two locations that Shala already mentioned. There's a traffic circle that's a little bit elongated at the 5-leg intersection of Hamilton Center and Southwood. And then there is the curb extension or roadway realignment that introduced a 3-way stop at the intersection of Southwood and East Crescent. Next, please. So just for those who may not be familiar, though I think most here probably are, you can see images of those two things here. An overhead image of the traffic circle on the left. This is the quick build pilot version that is in place today. And then on the right, you see the current extension and roadway realignment that's in place. Looks like the text got cut off, but it's Southwood and East Crescent. This is looking from East Crescent headed what would be southbound into Hamilton. Next slide, please. So we won't dwell here, but this is when we came to you last and talked to this commission was part of the meeting in June 2023 that Shala mentioned. But you could see that this started quite a bit earlier than that. There were several touch points with the community as well as PTC and council. If you go to the next slide, please. So they wanted to just also highlight what's been happening since then. So after we were here, City Council then approved the idea of going ahead with permanent movements, developing the project. So that's when we began the work of starting to refine the previous preliminary concepts that we had and looking at the traffic pilot projects again. We then had a few meetings. We had a community meeting, but before that, we also had an on-site field meeting with the residents adjacent to the curb extension at Crescent, East Crescent and Southwood, specifically the residents of 590 East Crescent. Then we've continued with design refinement, and that brings us up to the present today where we're sharing those refined designs. Next slide, please. So what we'll do now is just for each location, the two locations, walk through what we'd heard as part of the feedback and those two touch points that we referenced before, what has been adjusted as a result, and then we can share an image of what the concept is looking like at this point. So a lot of the feedback previously on the circle, there was some concern about plant and irrigation, which was something that had been noted by this commission as well. There was a request for crosswalks to be added. There were not crosswalks in the existing condition at the intersection across all 5 streets. So that was something that was there was interest in having added. And then also a few concerns about the visibility and function of movements for drivers coming to the intersection. In particular, where there's some places where going around the circle seems a little more onerous, that people were making the undesirable left turn instead of going around like you would with a circular roadway feature. And that also with the alignment and vegetation that particularly between southbound Center Drive and eastbound Hamilton, that it's a little bit challenging to have line of sight between drivers at both of those stop signs at the same time. So next slide, please. Based on that, we did adjust the actual alignment of the circle. It's not too different in terms of size, but it's a little bit indifferent in terms of shape. It did move a little bit further north in the intersection than it was before, partly to try to discourage the wrong way maneuvers by also making the correct circulation less circuitous for those maneuvers. There will be additional signage that will be added as well. There will be you'll see in the plans that there are now raised medians on all 5 of the approaches to the intersection, kind of the way you would expect at a normal circular intersection with splitter islands guiding you in the correct direction. And then there's also some improvements to the ADA compliance. So some of the ramps that are present out there today are not compliant. And then as mentioned before, some crosswalks don't exist. So that will be refreshed for all of the crossings. And then we worked in coordination with a landscape architect both inside the city as well as from the consultant team to identify a planting palette that is drought resistant and generally sustainable, but with positive aesthetics, has been used elsewhere in the city before. So next slide, please. So those were all just words that probably didn't mean a whole lot until you looked at this picture now. So what you have in front of us is the actual adjustment. So as we're oriented here, north is almost directly to your right along Center Drive. So the traffic circle, the part that you would see in gray, is an apron that trucks are able to mount to go over. So we wanted to make sure that emergency vehicles as well as trash pickups, since those are required necessities here, that those are still always going to be able to circulate. But it did move a little bit to the right compared to before. You do see the new splitter islands on all 5 approaches, and then you can also see several places where there are either entirely new curb ramps in the corner. Those are in a little bit lighter color. Some of the ones that you see in the dark gray is existing sidewalk, and a few of the ramps do have compliant grades, so we can just make incremental improvements to achieve accessibility requirements there. Next, please. So going to the second intersection, the curb extension and roadway realignment at the intersection of Southwood and East Crescent. So in terms of aesthetics, we received some of the same feedback in terms of wanting to see a bit more appealing design for it, wanting to see some landscaping and something that would fit better there. There was concern about parking loss in the immediate vicinity of the intersection with the addition of the alignment, really, but curb extension that changes the direction of East Crescent. And related to that, this pickup drop off as well, and how that can be affected both in terms of available space, but also accessibility. And then also tying into that in terms of parking is the inaction of AB 413 during the course of this project. So I guess just as a brief primer, AB 413 was a bill that restricted parking near crosswalks on the approach side of intersections. That is now codified in the California Vehicle Code, section 22500. And so what that basically says, that the intent of that new regulation is to make it so the pedestrians that are about to step out from the curb are more visible than they would have been if there are parked vehicles blocking the line of sight. And the way the law is worded is that there's no parking within 20 feet of the near side of the crosswalk if there is no curb extension, or within 15 feet if there is a curb extension. So that actually would affect parking availability relative to the curb ramp that is there today. Technically speaking, the curb ramp that is present now is part of an unmarked crosswalk, and the California Vehicle Code did apply AB 413 to both marked and unmarked crosswalks. So anywhere that is a designated pedestrian route through the intersection is covered by this. So just a note that that would apply, that portion of it would apply regardless of the project. Next slide, please. So based on that feedback, we did also hear some feedback that while the road is not necessarily, as it is in the pilot condition, too narrow, it can be a little challenging with the curve to have people navigate past each other. So the curb extension alignment was adjusted a little bit and is now 5 feet narrower to provide a little bit more space. The same planting palette has been applied to this intersection as well. So you'll see that on the plan. The original plan involved removing the location where the current curb ramp is and installing a new curb ramp at the intersection. The plan now still installs that new curb ramp to establish a new crosswalk at the location of the realigned intersection, but does plan to maintain a concrete path in the location now so that there would still be a connection between the sidewalk and the curb line there for street access. As mentioned, the crosswalk is being realigned into the intersection. It both reduces the crossing distance, which is just generally a safety countermeasure. You'll see that as something that's actually in the safety action plan, for example, as well. But then it does make the pedestrian crossings occur where you would expect them to be. And then generally speaking, that the whole approach to this was to try to balance the input against the legal requirements of the design. And so that's what the refinements are seeking, is the balance between accessibility requirements, resident input and needs, and then also the project goals that really are driving the placement of the curb extension in the first place. Next, please. So again, this is all of the things that I just said very long-windedly are now present on an actual drawing in front of you. So you can see the three-way stop is still maintained. The gray paths again here are the existing sidewalk locations. And so you can see the new longer crosswalk or shorter crosswalk that goes to a longer connection to the sidewalk inside the curb extension. So where you see those white stripes, parking would not be allowed for the first 15 feet behind that. That takes you to just a little bit shy of where that concrete path is. So up to toward the top of the screen where you see a concrete path that's a little bit shorter, connecting the new curb line to the old sidewalk. That is the location of the current ramp. Parking would be allowed directly adjacent to that up to a point within 15 feet where you're at 15 feet from the crosswalk stripe. Since we're at a curb extension, we can use the crosswalk distance of 15 feet instead of 20. Next, please. So really the next steps at this point are obviously, after discussion, completing the final design and preparing construction documents. And then downstream from that is to procure funding and actually move on toward construction of improvements once final design has been complete. So with that, next slide, any questions and discussion?
And through the chair, just to make note for the record that Mark Heckman has
Yes, thank
joined
you.
us, and invite in case he has a statement to make of his remote participation.
Go ahead, Commissioner Heckman.
Yes, thank you. I am participating remotely tonight from One Old Ranch Road in Carmel, room 317. And currently there's one adult in the room with me.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so do we have clarifying questions for staff before we take public comment? Go ahead, Vice Chair Aiken.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick one. I wanted to get some clarification about how close parking is allowed to the proposed concrete path. So if I were to take a van with a sliding side door, could I park that van so that the door opens onto the path? Is there sufficient room for that?
So I'll take that. We actually need to check the exact dimensions of the design vehicle. It would depend on the model and where the door is in the van.
Okay, Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you. Two quick questions. So in the staff report, the staff recommendation was that the PTC review the final design per council direction. It didn't specifically say that it was desirous that we make a recommendation to council. I presume that that's within our purview tonight, but I wanted to confirm.
So council had directed us to work with PTC to refine the design the concept plans. So we are here, and so per the last PTC meeting on June 2023, we were directed to work with the residents and come back with refined designs at the Oval and also at the bulb out at East Crescent and Southwood.
Okay. So
did I answer your question?
And so, yes, a recommendation would be appreciated.
Okay, thank you. And then the other question I had, the traffic circle oval will have landscaping drought resistant plants that will be watered until established. I was just curious about the watering method anticipated for the duration until they're established.
So the plan is to work with our city parks and have the water truck water the landscaping at both locations until they are established, like you said. And then after that, no watering will be needed. And of course, maintenance will they will be maintained. But from what I understand, they are like low plants and slow growing. So, but of course, as needed, they will be trimming as needed. So.
All right. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Commissioner G.
Thank you, Chair. I had a quick question about the data. I'm looking at packet page 10, and I see that there's data collected from October 2022. Is there any data that's collected more recently than that?
No, we did not collect additional data since then, October of 2022.
Thank you. And then I had another question about the Southwood and East Crescent. I remember during the staff presentation, you mentioned that the what we'll just call it the non-compliant ramp that exists currently is a couple feet away from that 15-foot no parking zone. Do you have an estimate about how far that difference is between the existing non-compliant ramp and the end of the no parking zone?
So the 15 feet would start approximately where the crosswalk is, or in the middle of the new crosswalk ramp where the truncated domes are. So I think from there you go about 15 feet. So, and then like Steve mentioned, it would bring us a little shy, just right before
my question is how shy? Like, is it like 2 feet, 5 feet? Do we have a?
Do we have a number or?
I can get it, but I don't have it.
We can look that
Yeah,
up
we
and
can
provide
wait for
that.
after public
Yes.
comment. We can just get that.
Yeah, that'd be
Okay.
great if you look it up for us.
Sure.
Those were all my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Peterson, then Commissioner James.
Thank you, Chair. Quick question. I'm on page, I think that's 96, and it's not super important, but is this design by staff, by the city, or is this a design that's contracted out? I'm not familiar with the process for the city.
So, oh,
Just Commissioner Peterson, what page are you on again?
96.
96.
Oh, I think that's in the packet. Shows me
Are you looking
96
at-
of 184,
I'm just a little bit.
95?
No, he's looking at a different document entirely.
Okay,
I can still answer your question. I think, so we have retained the services of Fair and Pierce. Steve Davis is the project manager. So they are assisting us with the design of the project, and of course, is being managed by city staff.
Thank you.
Commissioner James?
Yes, thank you. So I have questions on both intersections. It seems to me that a lot of the feedback that was critical of this on the 5-way intersection was aesthetic. And I can see that from some of the berms and some of the things that were the design changes. Will the vertical lane dividers, will those go away once these like polygons are in there to separate the lanes?
Yes, so the delineators that are currently out there will be removed and will be replaced by the, like the median islands, and they're not very high. I think they're rolled, and so, but again, they are meant to guide the cars in the correct direction.
But they will go away. the vertical,
Yes,
yeah.
yes. we will
So,
no longer-
and then it seemed to me like the directionals also, I understand it's a prototype, but it seemed to me like the directionals were also very conspicuous. They seem much higher than some of the other roundabouts that I'm familiar with in the town. And I just wonder if they, can come down. I mean, I'm just trying to address the neighborhood concerns about the aesthetics of this, and just wondering, other than the planting, can we not only calm down the traffic, but can we calm down the aesthetics a little bit in terms of the directionals? Many of the roundabouts have directionals that are much smaller. And if there's planting behind them, I think they might be more appealing to the neighborhood.
So correct me if I'm wrong, Steve, but those directionals, the sign heights are per, requirement, but I think they are higher than, because we have no landscaping, so we did place them higher, but I think the height is about 3.5 feet from the surface of the traffic circle. Is that correct?
Yeah, it can potentially be a little bit lower. Part of it was we wanted to make sure that the signs for the pilot were more conspicuous because there's not much physical circle to see to grab a driver's attention. So you're really reliant on the signs. The intent is to actually change the signs over to the type that has like the circle arrows like the other ones in town have. They'll have the little object marker under it that's retroreflective, and they'll be probably a little bit lower than they are now. But as Shala said, part of that is also driven by the fact that it's an optical illusion of the planting creating a foot or two of height makes the signs less prominent.
No, I'm just hoping that we can be as respectful of the neighborhood's comments on aesthetics as possible. The other intersection, I mean, it does seem to me like it's improved from where it was last time. Am I reading this correctly that the curb line on Southwood Drive comes down? Does it align with that edge of the bulb out?
Staff, could you please pull up the schematic so that we can all look at it and members of the public who are joining online can also see?
Do we have?
Can we zoom in a little bit or full screen mode? Thank you.
So that aligns with the curb line. And I don't want to, I'm coming to this like in the third act of a 3-act play. So I don't want to go, too far back, but I guess, there's been a lot of comment over time, about that particular bulb out. I guess my question is a more fundamental one, is that how do you determine what the minimum viable structure is that's going to give you the change you want? Do you understand the question? It's like, what is the least we could do and still get the outcome we want?
Yeah. It is, I would say it's iterative in nature. So without going through all of the process of history, even since the last time that we were in this commission and had gone through the design refinements, we looked at a wide array of options because, obviously your potential case ranges from nothing to more or less something slightly larger than what you see here. That would allow the street to be wide enough to still be a street. Technically, there's also the option of doing the curb extension from the other side. And we even evaluated those options at a high level and basically try to figure out, given that our goal was particularly to make the cut through route less desirable and to address speeds for people traversing the path from Southwood onto East Crescent going around the curve, was to make that not seem like a curve. So you can see, obviously if you were to do the complete opposite of what we have done here, you would not be addressing that goal at all. So that led us to knowing that it needed to be something that comes off of this side of the street. And so that's trying to strike the balance, and you really just do it through an iterative process. And some of the evaluations are frankly qualitative, that what is the benefit between shorter pedestrian crossings, speed reduction with a stop sign. If you start to make the intersection larger, then it makes it appealing to actually still do the turn pretty quickly, especially if someone is willing to not obey the stop sign. So trying to evaluate what all the potential outcomes are there. So we heard what the feedback was, that the present size in terms of the opening for East Crescent at the intersection felt a little bit too narrow. So we addressed that with the refinements in the design compared to the pilot. But by and large, it's still, the going back to the full universe of potential solutions led us to a pretty similar place.
Thank you.
If I may add, the design also includes the design also includes the large vehicles and emergency access vehicles and garbage truck to turn around. So that's why it's the size, the way it is.
Okay, I've got a couple questions. So can you explain to me so the current drawing that's on screen is the planned condition, not the existing condition. So what do the two white stripes along the bulb out represent again?
Sorry, when you say two white stripes, are you referring to the ones that are wrapped all the way around?
Correct. The ones that are wrapped around the edge of the bulb out.
Got it. So what you're actually seeing is three black stripes that are encompassing what looks like white. So I apologize because that's essentially construction details that are showing up. The dashed line, now that you're zoomed in, is the edge of where you would have to saw cut the pavement to remove pavement. The line next to that is then the edge of the gutter so that you would bring drainage around, because with the plan, we will actually not just add this on to the existing condition, the curb will be fully removed across the front of the house, and the drainage flow will now be directed all the way around East Crescent here. And so the second white stripe, wider spot there is the gutter pan. And then where you see another two parallel lines pretty close together, that is the front and the back of the 6-inch wide curve.
Thank you. That really helps me because I was trying to figure out if they were showing the old version or what it was showing, but
I apologize for that.
There is no current version pictured here, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then I did have a question about how we got here, because I thought that the direction, when I reread the transcript from the PTC, and also according to my recollection, was to consider not only redesigning the bulb out, but also some entirely different options, such as no bulb out or speed bumps. And it doesn't Were those ever considered as part of this redesign?
So from the motion from the last PTC, I believe, was to refine, not so much redesign as in go back to the community. And since we had gotten council approval for permanent improvements to, for staff to move forward with the permanent improvements while working with PTC. So we did not go and I think initially we went to, we looked into when the project first started, like Steve mentioned, we did look at a lot of alternatives. Speed humps was not considered because at this corner, we were trying to slow the traffic down, get them to turn, make the maneuvers right into East Crescent and also right from East Crescent to Southwood to slow that down. So basically convert it into a T intersection. Speed humps are for slowing traffic down more in the interiors of the street, not at the intersection. So basically, I guess the long answer short is we did not look into any further designs since the last PTC.
Okay, since Mr. Davis is here, and I'm not sure if you were around for the first iteration of this before. So at the last PTC meeting, I don't believe you were here, and we asked the question, how did we arrive at the bulb out and making a T as a solution? And the staff who was here wasn't around for that earlier discussion. And so I'm wondering if that context could be provided, because it sounds like what staff is telling us tonight is, well, the goal is to make this a T. And so that's why we have the bulb out as a solution. But the goal, as I understood it, of the project overall was to reduce cut-through traffic and reduce speeds, which doesn't specifically say it's a T. So can you give us that context as to how we arrived at the T being the best solution? Because I think that's some of the questions that are going on here.
Sure. I will do my best, admitting that my memory can be faulty. So I was around from the beginning of the project. I've been working on the project since the start of it. We did, in the very beginning, look at several different alternatives at each of the intersections, and I would have to pull them up to remember the specifics of what they were at each location. And that was what was originally brought to the community, and the direction from the feedback from the community at large. Obviously, nothing is ever unanimous, but pointed in the direction of the T intersection. From a professional standpoint, I would say that when we're looking at intersections of this shape, and I know that if you look at the circles and a few other neighborhoods in Palo Alto have a similar sort of shape, that was this, in vogue design for neighborhoods at the time. The large, wide open angular intersections are generally undesirable from a perspective of safety and speed, because they create multiple paths for vehicles that can be traversed at the same speed without them having line of sight to one another. But it also makes it unclear what the through direction is. And so one of the nice things about converting something to a T intersection like this, when you have these sort of very narrow angle intersections, generally in safety plans, you would recommend converting those where you have the space, because you will drastically reduce the speed at the intersection. In this case, with an all-way stop, you hypothetically bring the speeds down to zero or zero-ish for at least a moment. The pedestrian crossing routes become very clear. It's not explicitly the purview of this project, but trying to cross all the way across the intersection, an intersection like this is challenging, particularly for people with vision impairments that are reliant on non-visual cues, but there's not enough traffic to provide them. So it clarifies that and makes it so the curb ramps directly align with where you're headed. So it's sort of a mix of it being a solution among a suite of potential solutions for the explicit charge of this project, but also addresses several ancillary concerns that would have been present at the same time.
Okay, thank you. One thing, so I think that one more. Commissioner Peterson.
Thank you. Thank you to the chair. You raised an important question and made me realize, as young engineers, traffic corners is always the task we get. So I've probably done 300 of these in my life. So there's always two constraints in in corners is, one is the ADA ramp, which looks like this is fairly flat, it's probably fine. And the other one is always, where does the water flow? And so I just realized as the question for what are those lines going around the perimeter, that's the flow line, which I hadn't realized the flow line was gonna follow the perimeter. I'd assume under the tree somewhere there, it was gonna, flow, or maybe there's a underground drainage, sanitary sewer, something. And I realized because of the crown of the roadway, it almost looks like maybe the water's going uphill for a bit and it would create a puddle. And I don't know which way the water's flowing. Is it going from left to right here? Or is it right to left?
Generally speaking, it is flowing right to left on the screen. So we do have another consultant on our team who's a civil engineer. I'm also a civil engineer, but a different kind. We did do drainage calculations as part of this to ensure that we would have positive flow all the way around the extension, because that was one of the considerations at the time before we even came to our last round of engagement to share concepts. Is you end up with a very different look and operational concern if you need to do a channel drain and maintain the existing curb line and have basically a little tunnel for water going along the current curb, and then you have another curb extension next to that. You end up either with a gap between them, or you have to put a cover along the whole thing. I know that operationally it's always a challenge to have that cover because it just collects everything inside of it. So we knew that we wanted to understand for sure before we came back in the 2024 time period that it was actually feasible to maintain positive drainage around the curb extension, and the finding was that it is. So the slope remains around 1% going from what would be the top of the page here on East Crescent around the curb extension, and then water flows to the west on Southwood.
And 1%, what's generally, it's been a while, what's ideal flow?
Probably slightly more than that. Generally speaking, on roads, we would aim for like 2 for crowning. And that is also why like ADA law is written for 2% to be considered flat, because flat would actually hold water and you don't want that. So you need something, but not too much. So usually we would look at like 0.5% as the baseline for where it becomes no longer a reasonable expectation that water will continue to flow.
And then does this area have sanitary sewers or storm sewers? Sorry.
Yeah. I am sure that it does, but I don't know that off the top of my head where the locations are.
Okay, that's always in those neighborhoods. If there's no storm sewers, it makes life always extra difficult.
Yeah, I don't know that for certain.
Okay, but if there's one across the street, sometimes it makes it easy to stretch it out. Okay, thank you.
Thanks. One thing I neglected to do at the beginning of the item that I think might be helpful is it's not a legislative item. And as Commissioner Heckman pointed out, we need a recommendation because City Council asked us to address this, but I do think that to the extent any of us have any information or visited the site and learned anything, it might be helpful to disclose that now, or just to share it more accurately with the rest of the commission. So I'll start just because I have something that I thought I should share. So I went to go see the site today, and I saw about 2:30, and I saw maybe 20 vehicles at least go through. All but one ran the stop signs, like they rolled through. Maybe some of them slowed down kind of, but all but one rolled through. There's still quite a lot of speed that people pick up coming from the roundabout, which in this picture, the roundabout is to the left. And most of the traffic, 100% of the traffic was cut through traffic. And most of it is going from onto East Crescent and then towards University. So that's just what I saw in terms of the existing during non-rush hour conditions. And if anybody has anything else to add, let's just start at the end with Commissioner James, and we'll move down.
Chair,
yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Commissioner James. Chair, can you clarify, are you asking for some kind of legal statement, or are you
No,
just
it's not
talking
a
about?
legal, it's not a legal statement. It's just information.
That's what the disclosure was confusing.
Right.
So.
Right. No, so it's more information that you learned that you might be basing your thoughts on, that is important to share with everybody else, because it's not a public, it's not in here, right? So it's not available to all.
So there's no legal requirement.
There's no
to
legal
disclose
requirement, and
anything.
we're not going to be recusing or anything like
Okay,
that. Yeah.
thanks.
I'll just say that I did visit on the evening this past Sunday, just to kind of get a lay of the land and a sense of what it looked like from the street view. And then I went back for an hour on the next morning during morning rush, 7:30 to 8:30, which I'm considering rush. But I will say it's spring break, and I don't know that it was a very accurate representation, but I could kind of see behaviors.
I'll say that for the 5-way intersection, I both drove through it in its current state as well as walked around it. And I'd say that, kind of as previous comments have mentioned, if you're coming from center on the, I guess on packet page 15, the top side, making that left, it's not super obvious in its current state that you have to go around the circle. So I want to confirm that from public comment. And then also for what is now the T intersection, I went once during non-rush hour and once during evening rush on a Thursday at around 6 p.m. And I still did notice quite a bit of cut-through traffic. Well, what I believe is cut-through traffic. There's a bunch of cars piled up on East Crescent about to turn onto University. I also want to note, it's not super clear in the image if you haven't gotten a chance to go, but East Crescent is actually really, really narrow. If you park cars on both sides of the street, only one car can actually fit through. And I think that should be taken into consideration when looking at the diagram, because I think that on packet page 16 and what's provided here on the slides, it seems, if you use your normal judgment, to think of it as a street, but I think it's important to also emphasize how narrow the street and the intersection is already right now. Thank you.
I spoke already, but there's one more observation that I made. So as vehicles are coming from the left and then turning left onto East Crescent Drive, 100% of those vehicles crossed over like what would be the median of the line, which is, I believe, why staff is talking about shrinking the bulb out back by about 4.5 feet. It was a difficult turn for people to negotiate, and they were doing so at high speed. So, where the word stop is on the pavement, they were fully driving over the S and the T.
I also spent about an hour observing traffic at both of the locations that are under consideration tonight. And in years gone by, I have also been involved in traffic measurement projects on Center. So I have some background knowledge about traffic direction and loads there.
Outside of just walking around Palo Alto, no, I have not been to the intersection.
I have nothing to disclose. However, I just want to make sure, for the benefit of our new commissioners, that this is an abnormal amount of disclosure conversation for something like this. I've been through this neighborhood many times in my nearly 20 years living here. I've also been there recently with the temporary stuff that's set up. So I have pretty comfortable familiarity with the area. Thank you.
Commissioner Heckman, did you want to say anything? Or
Sure. Similar to Commissioner Templeton, I'm familiar with both of these intersections. I've passed through them a number of times, both before any temporary improvements and since. And beyond that, I really don't have anything to share. Thank you.
Okay, so on to public comment. Ms. Dow, do we have speaker cards or anybody online?
Yes, I have 3 speaker cards and 2 raised hands on Zoom. First is from James Duran.
Okay, so we'll have 3 minutes for each speaker.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. There you go. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. You can hear me now. I lived in Palo Alto for 60 years. I lived at 590 East Crescent for 45 years, and I'm no longer able to drive, period. It's my own capability. I have caregivers who drive me to my doctor's appointments, grocery stores, and the Y. I've had a disability cut out in front of my house, leading to the pathway to my front door, and for longer than I can remember. I use this cutout multiple times a day to get in and out of my caregiver's car. I have a hard time walking long distances and have had some falls lately. Parking in front of the disability cutout is essential to my safety, and accessing my home in the least dangerous way possible. We need a solution to this will allow me to park in front of my house and access the disability cutout. We also need a solution that will look attractive in our neighborhood. I'll be the first to admit that. I have noticed that since COVID, far fewer cars are traveling along East Crescent. I don't think this has anything to do with the berm that was installed, but instead because people are now working from home. Although the Planning Commission previously directed the transportation staff to consider less extreme traffic calming measures like speed bumps, the transportation staff never piloted those speed bumps. Instead, the only design of the transportation department has ever considered is this giant berm in front of my house. As the Planning Commission previously observed, this design unfairly forces me alone to bear the sole brunt of this unattractive project. I'll just go off script a little bit. If I could just speak, in one-on-one with the proper representative from the Planning and Transportation Department, I would really appreciate that very much. It would mean a lot to me, and we can work out something, and I would really appreciate that opportunity.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Are you finished?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Next is John Hanna.
Would you, excuse me, I think Lisa Lawson is online. I'd like her to be able to speak first.
I don't see Lisa online.
Nita, I'm sorry, Nita, my daughter.
On Zoom is either Juanita or Amy.
Juanita.
Oh, okay. So then on Zoom, Juanita.
Hello?
Hi, go ahead.
Hi, I'm one of the owners of the house. I wanted to make 3 points about this situation and try to convince the Planning Commission to reject the Transportation Department's calming measure. First point is the Transportation Department's decision to move forward with constructing a permanent berm was based on the assertion that the traffic had been reduced on East Crescent after the installation of the temporary berm. This assertion is misleading at best. The Transportation Department collected traffic data on East Crescent before COVID when traffic was high. They then installed the temporary berm and then collected traffic during COVID lockdown. The Transportation Department then used this data comparison to convince the Planning Commission that the installment of the temporary berm was effective in curtailing traffic, failing to note the relevant time frame for collecting the data and by extension not allowing the Commission to make a fully formed decision. 2, the Transportation Department seems to be counting on the Planning Commission to not remember its original directives from 2 years ago. I appreciate that Commissioner Chang did actually mention these directives, which were completely ignored by the Transportation Department. These 3 directives were as follows. 1, consider alternatives to address the traffic, like speed bumps that do not require the construction of a berm. 2, redesign the berm so that it is smaller. 3, redesign the berm so that it is aesthetically pleasing. The Transportation Department did none of these things. The design of the berm today is essentially the same as that proposed by the Transportation Department in 2023. We have been told by the Transportation Department that the plan is now final and city staff is proceeding with these final construction plans, basically ignoring the directives of the commission previously and moving forward. My third point is that the 4 years that the temporary berm has been in place, our disabled father has struggled to access the path to his house. The berm has severely curtailed the ability of his caregivers to park close enough to the cutout and the curb for him to easily get in and out of a vehicle and get to the sidewalk. So by the way, I really appreciate Commissioner Aiken's point about disability access. We've had probably 20 conversations with the Transportation Department about this. They ignore them. Nothing's been done about it. And we're very concerned about my father's safety at this point. So once again, transportation has not been responsive to our concerns in this area. Lastly, we believe that installing 1 or 2 speed bumps in lieu of the berm would address our concerns and would help reduce traffic speed in front of our house and would be fully responsive to the Commission's original directives. Speed bumps would be far less expensive and far less unsightly, and were never even tried as an alternative to the berm when traffic flow was being studied. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next is John Hanna.
Thank you. The commissioners stated their opinions about this back at one of the earlier hearings. These are their words, not mine, that this giant bulb out is ugly, large, visually distracting, bizarre, not acceptable, needs to be thought completely through, and needs more work. So what do we have? Here we are a couple of years later, and we have essentially the same design. They took a few feet off of one edge of it, a meaningless alteration. The current design, we are told, I was told this by staff, ensures the existing walkway path to your, Mr. Duran's, front door, which facilitates easy pickup and drop-off access, is retained as part of this project. That's absolutely not true. It's not. This plan deprives Mr. Gerard of his right to park or have his caregivers park in front of his house so they can pick him up and drop him off, which has been going on for years that he's lived there. And when I remarked to a person on the staff that what you're doing is depriving him of his right to park there, they said, no, we're doing that. The state of California is doing this. Now, this small adjustment to the front leg of the bulb out does nothing. If you want to control speed, you can put up speed bumps, stop signs, you can enforce the law. I might end just by saying this, that I looked at your Planning and Transportation Commission procedural rules under general requirements, section 1, accessibility. Palo Alto makes every reasonable effort to accommodate the needs of the disabled. Your rules. I hope that you will be mindful of this when you make your recommendations, and that we don't have to take this any further, because this is not really up to speed here, in my opinion, and having taken into consideration the alternatives and the effect on Mr. Duran and his home. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Greg Welch.
Hi, good evening. Thank you all very much for continuing to look at this project, which has been going on since my kids, who have now graduated from college, were entering Pali. Commissioner Chang, I'm glad that you came out to the neighborhood and witnessed firsthand the cut-through traffic in our neighborhood. You can imagine what it would be like if the temporary measures were not in place. to the comment that was made earlier, I live in that neighborhood. I know exactly when the data was collected because it was collected literally in front of my house. It was not during shutdown. I would also say, it is a little questionable. It was put out for about 48 hours. I don't know if that's a scientifically representative sample, but those are in fact the codes that apply to engineering projects of this type in the city of Palo Alto. The overwhelming majority of the residents in this neighborhood support this project. I certainly sympathize with and understand the impact that this has had at the intersection of Southwood and East Crescent. But I would think that it would be terrible if those issues were to drag out further the permanent implementation of the roundabout design at the Five Corners, where there continue to be dangerous conditions for pedestrians, as well as confusing situations for motorists. I do think that the design improvements that the commission, the staff has made will largely address those. I do think that the size of the center roundabout should be extended a little further to the north so that it is absolutely clear to cars coming in from the north on Crescent that they too are expected to go around the center, not cut a left and view the center as an island merely applying to people who are heading further south along Center Drive. But I do think that overall the design at that Five Corner intersection has been very responsive to both the Planning Commission's input as well as neighborhood input. And I think it looks like it will be very successful. And it would be a real shame if the issues at the Southwood and East Crescent were to bog down the permanent installation of that roundabout. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And then last is from Amy on Zoom.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yep, we can.
Okay. I live one block from the intersection of Center and Hamilton. I've lived here for 23 years, and so I know that intersection very well. I'm glad that there's a roundabout there, but I have a couple questions, and I want to just address them with you guys. One is the way the directional signs were described earlier in the meeting, I may have misunderstood. I think somebody said that they were no higher than 3.5 feet. They're actually taller than 6 feet. And I just took my other neighbor went out during the time of this meeting and took a picture of herself and next to them to show the height. And I emailed that to all of you guys. Well, I sent it to the city council, so I don't know if you're getting those real time or what. But they're definitely over 6 feet. So that's one thing, that they're way too high. And I don't want anybody thinking that they're any lower than that, because they're not. And the plantings that look to be planned for the center of the oval look very small and not filling up the whole oval. And I know you say we need to have emergency vehicle access, which is fine. But if you look at the traffic circle at Fulton and Lytton that the city put in, there's much less space there, and that must accommodate for emergency vehicles as well. And they're able to have plantings go all the way to the edge of it, and it looks really nice and lush. And that's how I want ours to look, not like this little circle of plantings in the middle of this larger kind of random oval looking roundabout. If you could please look at that photo. I also emailed that to city council. And I'm wondering what the yellow trapezoids are that are on the plan there on Center and Hamilton. I don't know what those are. Are those going to be like raised curb trapezoids? I'm not clear on what that is. I'm also wondering whether the yellow line around the oval of the traffic circle itself is going to be yellow, or if that's just indicating definition for the sake of the photo. And then lastly, I think part of the reason people run the stop signs there is that generally when you approach a roundabout, you don't expect to have a stop sign. Usually it's either you have a stop sign or you have a roundabout. So I think people see a roundabout and they're like not even looking for a stop sign. That's just my feeling, living at that intersection. So I'm hoping you guys can address all those issues and particularly really make that center planting area larger and make it lush like the one on Fulton and Lit. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Staff had advised me here at this juncture that if any of us have questions about anything that any of the public commenters have, that now would be the time to ask it rather than asking them later on. So if any commissioners have, before we close out the public comment section, if anybody has any questions of any of the public commenters, now's the time. So.
Chair, are you saying we can directly ask questions to the public commenters?
Yes.
That has been, I've been told in the past that's forbidden. Are you sure that's what you want us to do?
So that is something that has been allowed in the past, that if there is a question, we do want to keep it within the part of the meeting where
We've
we
allowed it
have.
for applicants, but I've never seen it in a situation like this. So you're saying that's completely okay?
Yes.
I would like to ask some questions.
Okay. So I did see lights for Commissioner Templeton, then Peterson, then James.
Thank you. And respecting your mobility issues, if you want Mr. Hanna to answer for you, Mr. Duran, my questions are for you, but did you implied that you're open to speaking with staff. Have you spoken with staff yet? Have they met with you to discuss your concerns?
If we have met with staff, we had a.
Sir, you'll need to use the microphone. I'm so sorry.
No, that's all right.
Okay.
We had a brief meeting back in October, can't remember what year it was. And I expressed my concerns with the plan, which is somewhat different. And then that's the last we've heard from them. And then, one iteration after another with small changes. And then we've been coming back and forth these meetings. And I'll just make it one more time that I will be happy to meet with members of staff, whenever they're willing to do that. And I'm a reasonable person, and period.
Thank you. Staff, did you meet with Mr. Duran with this iteration and get his feedback before it came to us?
Yes, we have met with any resident that has requested to meet with us.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm really specifically focused on him and this design, it affects him solely.
So we met with him in the field, with him, like himself and a couple of his family members in February, I believe, of 2024. And we also, that was just personally with them to hear their concerns, which they shared with us, and similar to what you've heard tonight. And also, was that it? Or in October, we had the community meeting and we had prior community meetings as well, but there's been letters, emails that we've responded to, but any requests we didn't get any other requests to meet in the field other than the February field meeting that we had with them.
Do you feel that you've sufficiently captured his feedback about the current design that's in front of us, since he is the person whose property is most affected by this design?
Yes, we have.
And how did you do that without meeting with him?
By not meeting with them? We did meet with them.
You said you haven't met with them since October. That's been 6 months.
We met with them in February. We received emails from them. And then
Was it a meeting or was it an email exchange?
Meeting was out in the field in front of their property in February of 2024. So I can go over how we've changed the design since we've heard from the residents and also from the other community members for the bulb out location. I can go over what we've done.
Are you surprised that this resident is here today speaking out against the current design, given that you've gone over it with him and gotten his buy-in? Or did you not actually get his buy-in?
Well, we made the changes from the comments that we received, and I believe the new concept designs do address a lot of their concerns.
Did he say so to you in a meeting?
They have not. So we had October, we had a community meeting where we shared the revised plans and went over the changes. And they still did not find I think, one thing I'd like to comment on, the aesthetics and what's out there, those are just temporary. So we can't go and do some plantings and make it aesthetically pleasing. And it's only because it's only a temporary measure.
I think they have enough imagination for that. I think that the concern that I have sitting up here and reviewing this and hearing this feedback is that what is before us does not have buy-in from the person that's primarily affected. And I don't understand why is that happening, and I'd like you to explain that to me.
If I may jump in and suggest, it sounds like we have heard from the member of the public about what their concerns were and their interest in meeting.
You want me to not direct questions to you yet? You want me to go back to the community member?
I was going to suggest that we can have more full response from staff about what changes have been made in response to
Sure, if you don't want to have the ability to fact check what we're hearing from staff in the real time, I'll go ahead and ask. Did they meet with you to talk about the plan that we're reviewing tonight?
I have to say that the meeting we met, that I said, I thought the berms were ugly. And I haven't heard from anybody since then. And I'm willing to talk in a more constructive manner if we can just do that. And we want to do it in front of my house, that's okay. Or we can be in my house. But I think the give and take you normally have in a process of discussion, negotiation is something we should really strive for.
Did you ask for that directly, and did they give it?
Absolutely.
Okay. Did they meet with you after you asked that?
To my knowledge, I think it was in February, when I can't remember the month it was, but it was a relatively short meeting, and I think times have changed. I'd like to sit down and strive to get some type of an agreement. And period.
Thank you for answering my questions. That's all for now, Chair.
Commissioner Peterson.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time. I want to apologize if this has been hanging over your head for 5 years. I know with these property things, you're right. I am sorry. I recognize your house now. You have a beautiful house. A couple of years ago, I was walking out, and I don't know if it was your daughter or one of your neighbors was out there trimming your trees for you. And I stopped and was chatting with her. It's a beautiful corner you live on.
Very much, for us.
Thank you. So the goal is to keep it a beautiful corner. And one of the questions is this, I don't know the details here. Is the city giving you this land? Are they extending your yard?
I'm sorry?
Is this extending your yard? Is your property line following this?
I'm not sure I understand.
They're not deeding the land to you for this intersection?
No, there's a lot of head shaking from staff. So the answer is no. I'm going to make sure we speak it into the record.
Right. Okay. So I wanted to see first, are they giving you land, a section of the street, but it sounds like they're not. They're just trying to do a city improvement and maybe put like a small park in front of your house. Is that
Yes.
Okay. So from your standpoint, my question for you is, what would you like to see done? I mean, it's your street, it's your house. I know it's Palo Alto Street, but still, I mean, the person who lives there obviously usually has the best idea, what to do. So if I could give you a couple minutes, how would you like to see this solved?
I'd like to see when I pass in the next world, that my 3 daughters will have a beautiful home that we've kept in such a, just a wonderful manner. And I just don't want to be deprived of that. We're not, it's how close. Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, we can.
I was hoping that question would be asked.
Can I speak for you on that?
I wish you would. Yeah.
His position is very simple, and it's been that way from the beginning. I've had access, appropriate access to my house comfortably, where my caregivers can come, park the vehicle, I can get in and out without having to wade through the bushes. And now, despite our pleas to the contrary, the staff has not redesigned the project in such a way as to accommodate his being able to continue this same access. And we're not asking for somebody to be able to park a car there in front of his street, out of his house. We're asking for him, for their room for a caregiver to come, park the car, help him to his house, go back and come back and pick him up. It's really very simple, but we're told now, you're not gonna be able to do that anymore with this plan.
Thank you. I do apologize for causing trouble in front of your house.
Commissioner James. Oh, okay. Then I have a question. So in our pre-meeting, staff had suggested that your needs could be met by using, so first of all, they suggested that if the bulb out were removed, that current state law wouldn't allow for parking a vehicle for you to get in and out of at the current ramp. So in order to allow a vehicle to be parked there, staff has added in their design a different crosswalk, and therefore the current location for your ramp would be approximately 15 feet, maybe a little bit more. Does staff have the number for that?
It's about 19 or 20 feet.
Okay, so it's about 19 to 20 feet. So we don't know, depending on the vehicle, depending on where the door of the vehicle, a vehicle might not be able to park right in front of the ramp, but very close to it at least. But in order to allow a vehicle to park there, staff says that they need to remove the ramp and make it a curb. So by changing it from a ramp to a curb and just making that a path rather than a ramp, that allows a vehicle to park there, because the state law refers to marked and unmarked crosswalks. And as it is right now, it's a unmarked crosswalk. Staff has suggested also that if you need, if going down the curb presents a difficulty, that perhaps the driveway could be used. So I would love it if you could respond to that and tell me if it meets your needs.
I can respond to that, yes. The driveway leads to the garage, which is a considerable walking distance to go from the garage to get into the house. It's probably 2 or 3 times as far as it is to go up the front walk to the front door. So it'd be a huge difference in terms of convenience and access and difficulty in getting there. It seems to me that there ought to be a reasonable solution to this that satisfies Mr. Duran as well as the traffic people. If they don't think that stop signs and speed bumps are enough, that they have to put in this giant bulb, what they could do is, for example, shorten the bulb a little bit more so there's room for him to get a vehicle in there, and put up a handicap parking pole there. Nobody can park here except disabled park thing. That's going to stop anybody from using it except him and his caregivers. Now, that may not be, in line with all of the detailed government requirements, but it seems to me it would fulfill your own mission statement, and I read to you about accommodating the rights of the disabled.
Okay, 2 more questions. So staff has said that they would need to take that ramp and make it into a curb in order for a vehicle to be able to legally park there. Is that going to present a barrier? So that's my first question. My second question is, when I was out there doing a site visit, I noticed that there is a side entrance to the house, side exit to the house that leads straight to the driveway. And is that an entrance or exit that could be used, or does that not meet the needs?
It could be used with a great deal of difficulty.
Thank you. And then what about my first question regarding conversion of the ramp to a curb, which we are essentially being told has to happen in order for a car to legally park in front of that path?
I just find that it's hard for me to answer that. There's the curb was cut purposely. It's been that way for a long time so that you could roll a wheelchair in and out. Why are we saying that we have to fill that in? It doesn't make any sense to me. Who says you have to fill it in and why?
It's a good question. I'll defer to staff on that. And before I close this out, I want to make sure that other commissioners who have questions of the public could do so right now. So Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. Mr. Hand and Mr. Duran, can you describe the extent of your interactions with staff? Did you share these before tonight? Did you share these concerns with staff?
Yes, I've been in addition to the public hearings, I've been at, at least one on-site meeting, and staff listens politely, appear to be absorbing what we're saying, what we're asking. We get, nods and smiles and all of that, but no reassurance. We hear you and you were going to fix this problem. Instead, it's like they hear us, then they go back and they come back with the same design 2 years later with one small difference that makes no difference whatsoever practically. So it's like they haven't been listening to Mr. Duran. They haven't been listening to what the commissioners told them in the first place, that this is unacceptable. It needs more work. Let's change it. It hasn't been changed. It's the same plan essentially was there in the first place.
What is the fundamental requirement that Mr. Duran has shared for his enjoyment of his own property that is not reflected here? What is the thing you want to see that's not here?
Well, he wants to be able to continue the same thing that's been going on for years, which is he has room to park there where the curb is cut so he can get out of the car. Wheelchair can roll right up to the front door and back. But the way the berm has come in now, if he goes and parks his car there, the door, the back of the car lets him out in front of the bushes because there's not enough room. So we explained that to them. They were there, say, could you just move that line far enough so we can get a car in here decently? We thought we were heard.
And I'm not confident that we have seen the diagram of what you asked for. If we ask staff to bring it up right now, can you identify the area that you needed changed that was not changed? Staff, can you bring the diagram up, please? So that we're all talking about the same thing, okay? Okay, so where do you want him to be able to use the ramp? And I'm so sorry that you're needing to move. We have as much time as you need.
If I read this diagram correctly, this is right, this is the entrance here to your back.
They're panning over on the screen.
Yeah.
There we go.
So we are showing on the screen what he's pointing at.
Oh, I see, okay.
In terms of, and he's saying that this is the entrance to their home, the walkway.
Oh, I got it.
Just to the left of that.
That interferes with parking here, so there's not room.
So the planting in front of that, to the left of that walkway, is getting in the way of the car being able to park so that he can get out at the walkway.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hanna and Mr. Duran, for talking us through that. We'll see what we can discuss tonight as options, but it's really important that you came here and you shared your needs, and we'll do our best to convey that to staff. Thank you.
Okay, with that, I'm going to close out. I don't see my colleagues' lights, so I'm going to close out.
Chair, there's one more hand. I don't know.
No, it's right now, it's if the commission has a question of you, the public comments that were taken already were taken, so. So I'm gonna close out public comment, and now we're gonna bring it back to the commission to discuss this. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Heckman has his hand raised, so he might have an additional question for the public, I'm not sure.
No, I do not. I was waiting for us to conclude the public testimony and move into the deliberation.
Okay, then take it away, Commissioner Heckman.
All right, thank you. So I did have a couple of brief comments on the five-legged intersection, but since so much of our dialogue here has been about the intersection that affects 590, maybe it's I want to focus on that, and I'll talk about the other one briefly later. So when I read the staff report, last full paragraph on packet page 13 describes what appeared to me to be a staff solution to this problem that the owner of 590 was concerned about. And in fact, Chair Chang described it in some detail, but it's described in writing here at the bottom of package page 13, where, and again, when I read this, I thought staff has figured out a way to work around these state laws that are a problem for the resident of 590 to park where the resident of 590 needs to park to be able to be picked up and dropped off. And they did that by converting a ramp into, and the language of the paragraph here is concrete path. Chair Chang used the term curb, and I do think we need to get a clarification because to me, a concrete path didn't suggest like a slope that might be difficult to navigate in a wheelchair, whereas a curb raises that concern for me. So I would like that clarification, but it seemed like when you look at this paragraph, it said, it says, residents will now be able to have access for drop-offs and pickups and will be able to park behind the concrete path away from the new crosswalk, and we won't violate a state law. And I actually thought in the technical questions, a couple of the commissioners, including Commissioner G, were asking questions about sort of the distance that I thought those questions were like, well, okay, I get the concept, but will this work? Is there enough room? Can you get 15 feet away and still have the door in front of the concrete path or curb, whichever it is? And so I'm wondering here if really what we have is a solution that will work, but a failure to communicate that solution in a way that this owner and his representatives understand and get comfortable with. And so I'm hoping in the dialogue tonight that we'll explore that, because I do think staff did listen to these concerns, and I think this was their effort to find a solution which they think will work, but I'm not sure that I understand it correctly.
Staff provide clarification on that one point that Commissioner Heckman is asking about, which is, what does the concrete path mean? Is there still going to be something that a wheelchair can roll down or a walker can roll down, or is somebody going to have to negotiate a step down?
I can answer that. So a concrete path would have a curb. So, I mean, it's a platform, it's similar to a bus stop where the bus would pull up and you just get off the bus. So similar to that, but it would have a curb. That's correct.
And in staff's interpretation of the law, we cannot have a ramp there because then it would be a unmarked crosswalk, is that correct?
The existing ramp is considered non-ADA, non-standard, but it's considered a pedestrian crossing. So at the existing condition, without the bulb out, there can be no parking 20 feet prior or like at the intersection. So by converting it, like the commissioner mentioned, converting it into a path ramp, not ramp, curb, we feel that we will be able to, especially more during design, manipulate the, the location of the new pedestrian crossing with that's ADA compliant and the crosswalk striping. We feel that we could get the distance that we need to be able for a van to be able to park along. Along the edge of the bulb out, and then the plants are on the left side of the ramp. So the existing ramp, the width won't change. We're just filling it in, like someone mentioned, just for to make it simple to understand. So, but we know if that's a concern, we could definitely remove planting from that corner. But it's all low-level ground cover plants, I believe, at that corner, because we don't want visibility to be impacted. So that's something that during design we could refine to provide the parking that they're looking for.
So if I can continue just a couple follow-up
please, go ahead.
All right, so let's focus on that word curb, which now staff has used. So some curbs are, 90 degree curbs, right? We require a step up. The one in my house, in front of my house, and a lot of Palo Alto, it's a smoother, rounded curb. What is the nature of the curb contemplated at this location? Again, we're clearly concerned about mobility and the ability to cross that curb. Do we know yet? Is it malleable?
Well, right now we're proposing a square curb. During design, we could possibly, I think what you're referring to is a rolled curb that we have in some neighborhoods in the city. We could look to see if something like that will work, but we'd have to look at drainage. We don't want water to, drainage flow into the crosswalk. So that's something that we'd have to look at. But I believe it's possible during design, of course.
Okay. And then my other follow-up question is, did I understand this paragraph right, that staff is describing in this paragraph their effort to solve this concern of the 590 owner and provide a way for them to have a place where they can park to get access, for their caregiver when they need to come or go? Is that, am I understanding that right? That staff changed this to try to accomplish that?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right. So to me, the question is, will it work? And so I think I've taken enough time. I'll talk about the other one in a subsequent round. Thanks.
Okay, I've got Commissioner Templeton, then G, then Peterson.
Thank you, Chair. I have some questions for staff, and I want to preface this that none of these questions are personal. I'm trying to interrogate the process and understand what happened and why we have a resident here talking about a difficulty engaging with staff. And personally, as a commissioner, I'm wondering what steps, I want to start here, what steps did you take to make sure that this household that was primarily affected by the design was on board before you brought this design to us?
So we heard, we received their concerns through meeting with them personally at community meetings and through emails. And some of the highlights of their comments were they didn't want any hardscape in front of their house. They didn't want anything vertical, like a bench or anything, or no trash can. So we complied to that. We have proposed, drought tolerant landscaping that fits the aesthetics of the neighborhood. Like Steve mentioned earlier, it was specifically picked out by city's landscape architect in cooperation with our also consultants.
Did they ask for landscaping? My understanding is that their requests were much more of a physical access related nature.
Well, I was just sharing some of the comments that they shared with us and how we've addressed them.
They gave you feedback about the landscaping?
Yes, well, they said they wanted no hardscape. So when we met with them, that was one of the comments that they shared with us. Another comment was the parking. They were concerned about the loss of parking, at the loss of the ramp and not being able to park there like they've shared with us earlier this evening. And by converting the existing ramp into a path, we feel that we have a way for them to still have their concrete path, their connection to the sidewalk, in order to have drop-offs, pickups, and so we feel that the design does accommodate that comment.
And when you shared the design with them, did they tell you what they told us here tonight?
Well, tonight they've said that we haven't addressed any of their comments. And I'm sharing what we've done to date and in the revised design, what it reflects. So the next comment, they said that, it's not aesthetically pleasing. And, we did try to explain that, yes, I mean, the current condition is temporary. So the sooner that we can get into, final design, we can, implement the project to be more aesthetically pleasing. And also part of at our field meeting, they expressed concern when we first placed the the black curbing to kind of delineate the bulb out. They did ask us to remove the section of it so that they could park. And so, we made measurements and we actually did angle the curbing. So it was sticking out, it was more transitioned to the curb, but now it's at an angle so that they could come and park and then back up and leave. So I feel that we really have heard them and the new design does reflect their comments.
And yet here they are pushing back on the design tonight as though they never saw it and though their input wasn't heard. And I hear that some of the things that you have addressed, and I think that's great, but I'm trying to understand, like, this is a person who's prevented from getting into his home by the design that you're asking us to approve. And so I'm confused about how it got to this stage, because my inclination is to send it back and say, let's reschedule this after you've had a chance to work it out. I thought that's what we did last time though. So I'm trying to figure out where the disconnect is so that we can give you better direction tonight.
The new refined design does not prevent them access to their front, to the walkway or their sidewalk. That's
what they say it does. So who are we to, how do we address this?
If I may add, sorry, Charlotte, I think the AB 413 law came into this picture in 2025. That's where the confusion is lying. If there was no AB 413 law, then they could park it. But it's just the project has been going on since 2018, but the AB 413 came in this year. So the staff has to work around this law and provide them access to the residents, and they can move in and out of it. A couple of things that I would like to share that we had a meeting in February specifically to that resident, and we heard their comment. We did imply to the design. The design may look similar. I agree with you, commissioners, but there have been small changes. That's why it looks similar, but it's not. I get it visually, it's similar. But the other thing was the aesthetics. Right now, if I go out there, I drive by there every single time because I live in East Palo Alto, right? So it's not aesthetically pleasing. Why? Because it's temporary right now. And we are looking at the design right now. But if we go to East Meadow and East Ross, it's completed, it's permanent. So that's similar to that, it's gonna look like, and that's what we are trying to tell them, that this is just at the conceptual design, it's not ready yet. So just because of this visual, we cannot predict how it's going to look like into the real world. That's the main thing that we've been trying to convey the message to them.
Thank you. Thanks for going over that. I love that we have done prototypes. We've been able to show some of our vision, but I also recognize that the example you chose is actually a really good example, because once we implemented that, there was complete outrage in the neighborhood. And that is what I think I'm hearing from these members of the public, is a concern that once it's implemented, it's going to be hard to address the needs that they have been trying to express. And I think you have also been trying to address, but it doesn't seem like you guys have met in the middle yet. And we're now deciding on how to put that forward in front of the council when you haven't even come together yet. And those are some critical points for this decision that's in front of us, because visualizing something before it's implemented is a skill. Some people are expert at that. I'm sure that's part of your job. As community members, we have seen this happen before, where that transition between conceptual and actual doesn't go as smoothly as the designers hope. So what we need to figure out, and what I hope we could figure out, is a way to get this primarily affected community member on board with the plan. And then we can approve the design. But that hasn't happened, and that's something we're looking for transportation staff to do. We can do it up here, but you're not going to like the outcome, right?
Can I respond to some? So the reference of the circle at East Meadow and Ross was purely, I think he was referring to the aesthetics, the landscaping, not so much the engineering. So yeah, the disaster I think you're referring to was more engineering. But I feel confident the fact that we've had the pilot program and the curbing is to prevent and to make sure that there's no engineering errors or, complications. So it's just purely as the landscaping that he was referring to.
I appreciate that perspective. When those changes happened, I was going 4 times a day through those intersections. I will tell you, it was not about aesthetics. There was a serious problem in getting community buy-in. And that is the disaster that we want to prevent in this neighborhood, right? If you're talking to people who aren't affected and they're like, yeah, go ahead. But if you're also talking to people that are affected, like every day getting in and out of their home, that's a completely different story. I would hope that you'd want to, and it sounds like you do want to get their support for this as well. But the evidence that we have right now is that it's not there, right? And so what can we do as a commission to help bridge that gap so that we can go forward and improve the safety of this intersection, which is what I think everybody in this room wants to do. So I will give up the mic here for now, and we can talk more later, but thank you for engaging in this Q&A, and I appreciate your perspectives.
Thank you, Commissioner Templeton. Commissioner G.
Thank you, Chair. A lot of things Commissioner Templeton previously said, but I had a quick question about the design mentioned by Commissioner Heckman on bottom of packet page 13 about the concrete path. I'm looking through the text in AB 413, and I don't really see anywhere that requires that we actually fill in the ramp. Given that you already have the primary crossing at a different location, what is forcing us to have to fill in the current ramp?
So the existing ramp that's out there is acting as a pedestrian crossing. Especially there's another ramp across the street. So AB 413 restricts parking in front of a pedestrian crossing / ramp.
I understand
Yeah.
that, but I think that hypothetically in your new design here, you already created another crossing, right? And therefore or I guess what we're calling the path isn't the crossing anymore for the intersection.
So yes, we are creating a new pedestrian crossing, but that ramp cannot stay as is because it's non-standard. It hasn't been designed to standard. So, and also to have, it's kind of an unofficial crossing. It is a ramp. So without knowing like how, like liability wise, how to address it, we came up with the option to raise it into a concrete curb or a path, and have the residents have access and to continue to have their access.
Maybe Mr. Yang can chime in about the legality of this, but I don't know, based on my cursory purview, reading of AB 413, I feel like the crosswalk that we have identified here already in the current design that's shown on screen would already be considered a crosswalk, and therefore the other ramp wouldn't be considered a crossing.
Can you also point out where the other ramp would be across the street? Like
Yeah, we can't see it.
we can't see that here in the diagram.
It's actually, you can see there's a truncated in the area in the gray. Can you see that mouse, the pointer? That's the existing curb across the street.
Okay, thank you. But then to follow up on Commissioner G's question, now that there's been an actual crosswalk and the plan is going to be to put striping down, this is where the crosswalk is, this is where the stop sign is, then the other one's no longer a crossing because there's no ramp across the way. Like,
So I won't be able to fully answer that, but part of the challenge there is that the definition of how it's viewed in AB 413 is one thing, or in the California Vehicle Code now. The other challenge is ADA law, as I somewhat referred to earlier, is addressing all of the different types of accessibility needs. And so the challenge becomes that someone with a vision impairment does not know which one of those things is the correct path. And so you need something to indicate to someone who's reliant upon a cane to determine what their walking path is, which one is the right one to use. And in the absence of providing that guidance, the gray area, frankly, ends up becoming that you don't get any clarity in any law on exactly how that should be treated. So there's probably some additional investigation to do there, but there's a lot of different pieces that when you start to get into, and again, this ramp has been here long enough that those pieces of ADA law, which actually the public rights of way access guideline was actually adopted, it had been a draft form for nearly a decade, is now an actual guidance that is a design standard. None of these things were in place. That wasn't even in place yet at the beginning of the project. So that's part of what drives the challenge of how you treat the different crossings.
Sure. I understand it's very complicated, but I would hate to say that our decision is to fill in this ramp and then say at a later point, actually, we didn't need to do that. That would be extremely disappointing from my perspective. So maybe at some point, it'd be great to have
just on that topic. So the ramp was grandfathered in, and we have all sorts of things that are not compliant, grandfathered and non-compliant, but work and we're here, but work for people. And we're hearing that in this particular case, the irony is that there's actually also a disability issue that this ramp benefits. But usually what happens is when we do something new, we need to bring it into compliance, right? And as drawn, the bulb out goes in front of that ramp. So we can't build a new ramp is what you are suggesting. But what if, as the blue square that you drew earlier when Mr. Hanna was pointing at the screen, if the bulb out were to cut in a little bit, then we're not touching the ramp. And I mean, I don't want to engineer this here. That's why it would have been really great if we had worked this out beforehand. But it just seems like there might be some other, yes, like if bulb out went where the line is that you're putting on the screen, would that solve the problem? And we don't need to fix something that doesn't need fixing theoretically?
Thank you, Chair. Oh, would you like to provide a response to that first?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, so that, I mean, it starts to become a little bit circular because there's several issues at play there. There is certainly ADA law that says you are not supposed to design project scopes to explicitly avoid upgrading facilities. And then that's where it's a challenge where, as you mentioned, in spirit, upgrade can be in the eye of the beholder. So that's part of the challenge here. And then, yes, there are other considerations in terms of how it affects the drainage, because the ramp actually would hold water somewhat today that this would seek to rectify. There's a few things like that to it. But.
Okay. And then can you help me understand, maybe you could draw on the screen where you were previously saying was 19 feet? That was from my question a long time ago, but you had said that the length from the intersection is 19 feet. Can you help me just understand where that is?
So it'd be from there, from the edge of the, let's see that line beside. All the way to the edge of the, around the curve from the.
Can you please turn your mic on?
So sorry. From the edge of the marked crosswalk to the edge of that concrete path, if you were to draw it as an arc around the curve, is approximately 19 feet. And then the path itself is 4 feet wide as well. So one of the design modifications that we didn't talk about in much detail, but typically speaking, the curb ramp would be centered in the crosswalk, and you want the crosswalk to have a certain offset distance from the parallel street and the intersection. We actually slightly angled the crosswalk so that we could get that crosswalk marking as close to the curb ramp as we could to make that 19 feet be the largest distance we could, while leaving the concrete path in the location of the existing ramp.
Thank you. I guess I'm just, again, I don't want to engineer from up here, but I think that one of the comments from public mentioned that the way this is designed, they couldn't pull up like the van out to not impact the small concrete path. And so maybe there's alternatives in which if you pull the crosswalk in this diagram further down, you could eventually get 20 or more feet, and therefore you could actually slide a van into the slot. But I also am pretty interested in potentially designs that don't impact the current ramp here. I know you have previously mentioned that there are lots of regulation, but I think that should be something that could be explored given the amount of public feedback that we heard about that. I'm going to move on to a different point, which is about the data. I'm wondering, does staff have an explanation as to why more data wasn't collected after October 2022?
So the data collected and reported out at 2022 and also discussed at I believe at the June meeting did show promising results. The speeds had decreased, and also we saw volumes cut through volume had also decreased as well. So moving forward, we now we've placed stop signs at this corner, and also with the addition of the traffic circle and oval, we felt that the speeding we couldn't catch the speeds, and we need to more focus our attention on kind of functionality and how the cars would maneuver around these traffic calming measures. So we did a lot of field visits and observation. So we focused our I guess the traffic calming elements and how productive they were by just observation and how drivers were maneuvering around it. Again, the data we collected had shown improvement, and I think moving forward, we had gotten approval of the concept designs to move forward with permanent install of the proposed concepts. So we decided to focus our attention on this design refinement.
Can you provide what the baseline for this was? If I'm looking here, it just says the traffic volume was reduced by 35%. When is the previous date for this data collection?
So we collected data in 2019, is that correct? Yes. The initial data was collected then.
So I think that given that the original data was collected from 2019, I'm a little bit surprised to hear that more data was not collected, because I can imagine that the whole city saw a traffic volume reduction, cut through traffic reduction, and vehicle speed reduction, potentially just due to pandemic effects. The traveling to work behavior has probably significantly changed between 2019 and 2022. So at least me personally, I have a hard time being able to parse out the causal effect of some of the traffic calming procedures that we've put into place. I also recall during the June 2023 meeting, when this last came to PTC in the minutes, it did say that the PTC had asked for additional data to be collected on this subject between before it comes back to the PTC. So I'm a little bit disappointed to not see additional data on that. Also, I just quickly want to just have a clarifying question. Mr. Pancho, that's you, right? Did I hear correctly that you just said you yourself cut through this neighborhood to come here for work?
Not specifically cut through it, but I did observe when I go through that before pre-COVID, before the traffic calming pilot and after the traffic calming pilot.
Okay. I just thought I heard that you said you'd take this route to work, so apologies for mishearing about that. And then I think, yeah, my main comment is I'm disappointed to see that there's not more data here, and I think that there also could be additional engineered solutions that maybe preserve the ramp in its current form. I know that it's a lot more complex, as you previously mentioned, but I think that I'd be interested in seeing some alternatives that leave Mr. Gerard able to access his house in the way he does today. Thank you.
So if I can answer the data collection. In 2022, when we did collect data, we did see reduction in speeds. And like you said, that's sort of, people were just starting to go back to work. So there might have been less of volume of traffic, but what you're talking about, which we've seen a lot in the city, is speeds were increased because of lack of volume. So we actually saw a decrease in speeds, and which we thought that was very positive.
Sure. I just want to comment on that quickly as well. And I think that, as we mentioned, I believe Chair Chang had said that that she drove from the circle we haven't really been talking about, the 5-pointed circle, to this intersection here at Southwood and East Crescent. I could imagine that this is a confounding variable as well for the slower speeds at Southwood and East Crescent. If you provide a stop sign only about 300 feet previously that wasn't there before, it's unclear to me that the speed reduction at Southwood and East Crescent could be due to the specific traffic calming that you're providing here, and more so potentially about the circle that's very close by that folks mostly drive through.
That's correct. So the part of the reasons that we didn't really collect data at the intersection, it was because of the stop signs. So what I was referring to, the reduction in speeds, we saw it on the side streets, and also I believe on Hamilton and Southwood as well. So we did see those are the areas, but you're right, not where there's stop signs. So that's why we couldn't have really correct data.
Thank you. Commissioner Peterson, then James. Turn on your mic. I think it was on already. Yeah.
Thank you. A few questions for staff. One of the things I noticed looking at the map is that this is one of the last streets to be upgraded in this neighborhood. The street Southwood Drive is still a concrete roadway, correct?
That's correct.
And then is there a timeline for when the streets are being rebuilt?
I don't believe that's Public Works, but my understanding is that's not being proposed to be rebuilt at this time.
Okay.
There will be some paving on where the 5-legged intersection is as part of the project, that it would be paved. And also I think part of the paving would be on Hamilton as well.
And then I noticed the concrete is significantly fractured. A lot of times that's an indication that the underlying subgrade has failed on that roadway, which I imagine this is probably was paved over wagon wheel tracks or something in the 60s.
Again, that's under Public Works' purview as far as like analyzing the roadway, but yes, that's probably, I mean, correct over, roads do degrade, yeah.
These concrete roads, are you typically paving these over with asphalt, or is it just the roadway being removed and completely rebuilt?
They don't, I don't know if we pave over them really, but I know they do a lot of base repair. That's something, again, Public Works does, like, they might take out small sections. So that's something that they have spreadsheets and they go out in the field and they have that's something that they kind of take care of.
The old remove and replace, this roadway reminds me of an old pair of jeans.
Correct.
It's got more
Yes.
patches. Yeah, it's been, so the reason why I'm asking the questions is just so I have a better understanding of what's the future for that roadway. If we do an a corner here and then, there's possibly in 5 years, the entire road's going to be torn out anyways. But it doesn't sound like that's the case. So the other question I have is that on this corner, I think what it was is when Commissioner Hetchman was talking, I thought we were talking about a pad. I'd misheard, but the idea stuck in my mind that rather than having plantings and all the rest, like a lot of times where you have a roadway that's intended only for emergency vehicles, say like the fire department, you create a raised concrete platform, so to speak, that nobody would want to drive over. But if you wanted to, of course, you could drive onto and park or anything else. Is that a design option that's available for this corner? Is to simply have one of those low raised concrete corners?
I'm not sure I quite understand what you're referring to as raised on the road where they can go drive up and park, kind of like a driveway ramp,
Like an apron.
like an apron.
There you go.
I don't think, I mean, Steve can kind of weigh in, but I don't see how a design like that could work to accommodate because they have their driveway that they can drive up to. But I don't believe in this location.
And where I'm going with this is just looking at what are some of the other design options that have been looked at.
Yeah, so we did hear, not going back to the same comment, but the aesthetics were preferred not to have hardscape, which is that usually we would consider an apron to be part of hardscape as opposed to leaving how they are. But from a operational standpoint, if you were to design this to have an apron type level, that's not, if it's that easily mountable, it usually means that you can't indicate there's an accessible path with a pedestrian waiting area out there because it's too exposed to travel. And so you would have the issue where you would need to leave the pedestrian landing somewhere further away, but the edge of the apron itself generally is not accessible either. So you have to have a very mountable design for that to work, in which case it doesn't drive changes in driver behavior. And then from a legal standpoint, such a design would be considered to be ostensibly a median, and it would be illegal to park in that as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of different gray areas there. Could the apron be street parking with streetscape, the landscaping out at the, almost like an island on the other side of the street parking on the apron? Is actually what I was imagining. So nobody would think to drive over the apron. They would be directed around, but it also would leave all the parking options. And it might solve the water problem too.
I will admit I'm having a hard time picturing that.
We'll get a civil 3D here and we'll have a model quickly. Thank you.
Commissioner James.
I just want to make sure that we understood how it is that you thought the driveway would resolve this problem. I mean, not exactly to this resident's wishes, but it seemed to me that you suggested, and I don't know if it was driving all the way in and making the entrance into the side of the house, Or does it cross a sidewalk? Do you drive up the driveway and cross the sidewalk? Presumably. And can they pull in not entirely to the driveway and then get out of the car and be able to use the sidewalk to go up the front entrance? I'm just kind of wanting to make sure we understand completely why that seemed like it resolved the issue. Thank you.
It was just another option to show that they, if, in addition to this path that they can continue to use, there's a sidewalk that runs through their driveway. So if they can pull into the driveway, either stop kind of midway, get out where the sidewalk is, and they can continue along the existing sidewalk, just where the gray is, and go up to the path and to their front door. Or they could, I know they also have a side entrance that I believe that was referred to earlier, where they could, I know that's not to the front door, I think it was the side door. So those were also options that we thought they had.
And if I could just add in another way of phrasing kind of how the solutions were seen, at least from a staff perspective. For the one pathway, the replacement of their current access, having that have a curb, right? The idea that a car could pull up right next to it, right? A car is not flat to the ground. And so the hope there is that something like that works for them, that they can get out of the vehicle, whether it's using a ramp that would come down onto that space or stepping directly out of the vehicle onto the curb that's a step up from the street. But that if they really do need to have some sort of level surface that is even with the ground outside the car as they're getting out of the car, that the fact that there is a driveway there that has pathways to their house might be that alternative, depending on what type of vehicle and how they're getting in and out of that vehicle.
Okay, I'm just gonna chime in now because I think we'll be taking our first round of comments regarding this particular intersection. I will say that I'm pretty disappointed that our message at the PTC seems to have gotten lost in translation, because I know that we were very interested in exploring like large changes to the bulb out, as well as a stop sign only version, because my understanding is can you verify for me that the original condition here was that there were no stop signs?
That's correct.
Right. So as well as a stop sign only version, as well as speed bumps, not at the intersection, because that's not where you put speed bumps, but say between where the temporary circle is right now and this intersection, because again, as I mentioned, I saw cars picking up at decently, some speed as they whipped out of the circle and then headed towards University. That said, it's also been 7 years, and there's no doubt in my mind that the stop signs at least are helping, even though people are mostly rolling through them. So I'm really glad that the stop signs are there. I just wonder, I too, wonder why the kind of explicit direction that we gave kind of got lost in translation. And I know that we've got new staff coming in. And this was, yes, I know that City Council had approved this, but that was on consent calendar. There was not a discussion of all of these requests, and City Council did say to please work with the PTC beforehand, which is why you're here. But in the working with the PTC's requests didn't seem to have been really addressed. So right now, what I really want to understand is, it seems that staff has attempted to address some of the public's concerns. I'm very concerned about access and wondering if filling in the ramp causes a problem, but I can't ask the public right now, and I would kind of need to know that in order to feel comfortable voting for this. So I'm not quite sure what to do with that. The other thing is, in going there myself, I mean, the bulb out was just strange. I watched all the cars have trouble with it. Because I know we're trying to make it a T, but because East Crescent is so narrow, I actually saw cars like dodge each other as they were trying to come from University to the stop sign. And so it's hard for me to imagine if widening 4.5 feet will do the trick. I think it will help, but East Crescent is very, very narrow there. And so I still wonder. And it was just it was a strange intersection watching people drive it. And even given that, they didn't slow down much. So those are my initial thoughts on this. And from there, we've got Commissioner Heckman.
But
yeah,
just through the chair, before we do move on to others, if any member of the commission did have a discrete question, like a yes/no type question, and that you wished to open the public comment just for a very specific question, you could do that.
And to direct it to a specific public
To a
comment.
specific
Okay, well, let me do
public
that
commenter,
right now
you
then.
could do that. and
I
then
would like
close.
to ask the very specific question. If the ramp were filled in, I know that that's not ideal for you, Mr. Drand, but if the ramp were filled in and a vehicle were still allowed to park in front of that path, could you live with it?
It would be very typical. Wheelchair up over the curb or down over the curb.
So what we're hearing from the member of the public is some confusion and difficulty understanding exactly what that means and what it would look like, and that it would be, they still envision needing to roll up over the curb to make use of the path, and that would be difficult. I believe we've got some additional clarification that might help understand that.
From staff?
Yeah.
So, I'd like to kind of reiterate, I think we quickly had mentioned, so we could look into the rolled curb at the concrete path. So that's something that we could look into during design. So it won't be as abrupt as a curb, but it'd be rolled, and if they choose, they can.
So let me then direct a question to the member of the public again, Mr. Durand. If it were a rolled curb rather than a standard curb, would that help? Okay, well, I think we've kind of got our sense of the answers.
But it depends.
So the answer was, it depends. It depends on how sharp or not the rolled curb is. All right, so let's move on to other commissioners. So by my count, I've got Commissioner Heckman, then Commissioner Peterson, then Commissioner Templeton, then James. So go ahead, Commissioner. Go ahead, Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you. We have the diagram back up with the yellow line.
Yes, we'll pull that up in a moment.
Thank you. All right. Could staff draw in a parked car in the vicinity of that yellow line? And my understanding is that the nose of that parked car needs to be 15 feet from the white line of the crosswalk. So can staff, just draw in a rectangle of a car in that approximate location? So it's got to move back 15 feet, right?
Please, can you explain it again one more time?
Yeah, so what I've heard is that with this design, a car can park 15 feet from the crosswalk. And we've been told this yellow line is 19 feet. And so that suggests to me that the nose of the car should be 4 feet into that yellow line, so that it's 15 feet from the crosswalk. And then it's going to extend back past the path, rolled curb, ramp, whatever it is.
Maybe while staff works on that, and you could continue asking your questions.
So I think one of the issues that, and I think that's a pretty good approximation. So again, I think part of the problem here is that we don't have, well, two issues. One, we're not certain it'll work because if the car is parked there, for example, I don't know if Mr. Gerard, when he is picked up, does he get into the front seat, which looks like it might match up here. If it's the back seat, it might not. If it's being some of these have the ramps that come in the back of the van. Clearly that's not going to work. But I think this is why staff thinks it'll work, because a car can park in that location and you can, step from what's now a ramp, or will be a concrete path with some form of curb. And so this may or may not work, but visually, I think this is what we're talking about. And there is nothing that Mr. Gerard or either of the other people that spoke on his behalf, nothing that any of them said that suggested to me that they understood that this could happen, that what we're looking at right now could happen. And again, I think that goes back to a point that Commissioner Templeton was making about, maybe there should have been a sit down to explain this new concept with Mr. Gerard and his folks in advance to see if there were problems we may not be thinking of. But I do think that this is the concept that staff was trying to get at, that a car can be right there and parked. And then the question is whether that would work for Mr. Gerard. I guess we're sort of focused on this. I've got some comments on the other one, but why don't I hold that and we'll just keep talking about this, and maybe Chair, we'll just have a round on the other one when we're done with this intersection.
Yeah, and I might suggest that to make sure that our comments are clear, that we split this into two separate motions. So one on one intersection, one on the other, so that nothing gets lost in translation this time around. And we can wrap up discussion on this intersection and then move on to the other. So with that, Commissioner Peterson.
Thank you, Chair. Starting to remember, I don't know how many years ago, I made a elderly gentleman remove the rose bush that his wife had planted in front of their house for a similar situation, and I would never do it again. But here we are. And so one of the questions, which I think is how we solved that one, that's why I remembered it, is a flat curb. It's a drainage curb. If you're familiar with flat curbs, a lot of times they're used across intersections even. But you can also use them around something like this, the dirt area, without a raised curb at all. As we're going through all the different types of curbs, rolled curbs, but we also have the option of a flat curb. So I wanted to ask, is that a feasible design solution here?
I'll be honest, I'm not quite sure what a flat curb is, but I will pass it to Steve.
Yeah, we'll take a minute on the flat curbs. We're gonna all be curb experts here in a second.
Never thought I'd be honored to call that. The answer is I don't know the answer to that. I mean, it's certainly an option that could also be looked at and hasn't been evaluated at this point.
Right. And then quickly, could you just describe what a flat curb is? Maybe if two of us give a try at it, it'll.
I feel like I want a motion with my hands on it. So if you would picture a normal vertical curb, as we would call it, is usually 6 inches tall, and it looks like that at the top. The one that we've been describing is a rolled curb. I don't think I have the dexterity with my arms, but it kind of does like this.
Yep.
I'm probably not on the mic anymore, but it creates this shape. And so it actually has a low point. That would require further investigation as well. Those can actually be challenging for wheelchair access because wheelchairs can bottom out on the bottom of the valley. And then a flat curb is sort of a variation on that where more or less the two edges of it are at the same elevation and you just have a straight line between each one. And depending on the depth of it, so it's basically like a V is the shape that you're doing. And just like you would picture a V, if it was deep enough, you would have similar issues with not having wheels lose their contact points, especially if you have footrests on a wheelchair. If it's shallow enough, it potentially can. And then obviously the balance point between those things is always that the deeper the V is, the more water it holds, the shallower it is, the less water it holds. So somewhere in there is a balance point, but I'm certainly not going to have an answer during this meeting about that.
Thank you. That was excellent. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Hamilton.
Thank you. And thank everybody right now for their patience in going through. If this was your home, you would all want to have people discussing it with this level of detail. And so I think it's worth it. We need to understand that the decision we're making, we usually make a lot of decisions for the public good at large, but this is a decision that's going to affect somebody. And that person has come here and asked for us to examine your recommendation from their perspective. And this is really important because that's part of all of our jobs, right? Like we can sometimes lose vision for that. And, if we meet enough people who aren't being affected and they're on board, it's common nature to kind of say there's enough people here, these many voices outweigh the one, but this is the one person who's being affected. And I think there's a lot of, stories in our literature that we have read to learn this lesson, right? I'm thinking of American history. I'm thinking All Summer in a Day. I'm thinking like that one's not American history, but I'm thinking, Hawthorne. Like we have the things that have asked us as people representing a public agency to understand how a decision that can benefit everybody but one person affects the one person. So I'm going to weigh in a little bit about how I'm interpreting this discussion, and I'm going to suggest a way for us to move forward. I am not the only voice here, and we may find other ways. So what I'm hearing is that everybody with goodwill has tried to figure out how to have this conversation, and it has not run smoothly, and there has not yet been agreement between the affected parties and the city before coming to us. And one interpretation of that could be pretty negative is you want us to kind of weigh in and break the tie in the favor of the recommendation from the city, even though the city has not come to an agreement of how this will affect the party whose property abuts this improvement to the street. That's a really tough position to put us in because our responsibility is to listen to the public. Our belief is that you've been trying to engage with the public and maybe the timelines didn't match. I don't know. But what we have at this point where we're making a decision is a person saying, this is injurious to me, will affect my ability to enjoy and access my property. That is not something I can get on board with. I'm not okay with that. And I don't believe that any of the staff that is proposing this feels like that's what they would want to do either. So it's not in any way an accusation, but I would like to see us give you more time to come to terms and be on the same page, because every time we've had this discussion, this is what happens. This is the third time at least that this has come before us, and this gentleman has come here and said, you are harming me and my property, my ability to access and enjoy my property. And I don't think that's what we're about in this city. So it's really important to me to give this public speaker the chance to meet with staff And my hope is that you will take seriously his need to access his home. And having been injured and had difficulty with my mobility recently, I can tell you, like, the thing you want the most is to be able to get in and out of your home safely and not be scared that you're going to cause, have some other injury, right? You need to be able to get in and out of your house. And if we as a city and us as a commission are going to be making a recommendation that prevents that, that's not okay with me. So I am going to say, I'm not inclined to make the staff recommendation for this particular item. I have a couple of suggestions on paths forward. We could just say no, keep the stop signs, and we're done. We could give more time and say, please meet with, be very specific, meet with this homeowner, come to terms, understand what their requirements are, negotiate it and get it done before it comes back. That's another option. I feel pretty comfortable with that one. I think that's probably the most fair, but it also has an indefinite timeline. So we need to figure that out. So with that, I'm going to throw it back to the chair and say that I appreciate everybody taking the time to explain how much work they put into this. And I'm hopeful that we can come to a resolution before we see it again.
Let's hear from Commissioner G first, and then I really hope that we can, get a motion that's some combination of all the thoughts that we've had up here.
Just a quick comment. I just think it might be helpful from a communication perspective to just also show, like, in the future, the different iterations I've been going through, because we only see what's there now. So it'd be helpful to also peek into staff's brain about what things have been discussed. But that's my only comment for now. And then I think we're probably ready to make a motion. I wonder if maybe Commissioner Templeton wants to kick it off. I feel like you have some great ideas.
Thank you very much. I am struck by the emotional weight of this, of not being able to access your own home, but also wanting to make a street safer for the community. And I think those are very important aspects of this item. And I think it's really important for us to recognize both of these issues have weight. If I were to create a motion, it would be to ask staff to come back at a time certain after having met with and come to an agreement with the homeowner at this corner. Does that sound amenable to everybody? Okay, is that the right phrasing?
Well, I would, if we want a date certain, I think we need to ask staff what that date certain would be so that we can make the motion. Does that sound
Yeah,
right?
I
Okay.
like that idea. So staff, that's the direction I'm going. Is there a way that you think would be very practical, straightforward way
And
to say
quick,
that?
so that we don't hold this up more.
Thank you, Chair.
Well, we could meet with them to kind of describe what this latest design and try to show them what it would look like, or at least through words. Unfortunately, we can't. It would have to. So we'd be happy to meet with them and to go over these changes that we've made.
I think I would want to make sure that we specify it needs to be a substantial meeting where you have a little discussion with back and forth, because what we've heard from the public is that you have technically met, but they haven't felt heard.
I would like to add to that. Again, I really apologize for that. The commissioners, you feel that way, that we have met, but they were not heard. But I feel that personally that we met in February in the field meeting. We heard their comments. We typed up their comments. I have the log of the comments. In the beginning, they want to kill the project. And there were so many different comments that we heard. And I have the list of the comments and what we did to address that comments. I have listed that too. And in October, again, we meet with them. And we also heard their comments again. And we also tried to explain them same thing over and over and over again, that this is what we are trying to do and we are here to help you. Just because again, I want to emphasize the AB 413 law came in. That's why there has been a little bit of shift here and there. If the law was not there, then we would have been very straightforward. So I have the whole log of the comments that we received, and we are here for them, and so does at the other locations as well, right? But if there is another chance that we were given to solve this problem or the concern with the residents, we would be happy to do that. But like you said, we want to make sure here that they're sure of what the designs are we are proposing with the codes and with the laws, that so that they cannot get a ticket. The thing here that I've been trying to explain that you can park, and based on the design, the AB 413 law, this is what the best we can come up. And now the way we are talking is like we are going into detail on a granular basis of whether we have a 6 inches curb or roll curb or the flat curb. That's where we are at right now. But it completely depends on how the resident would comfortable doing that. Because like Jennifer mentioned, if I have a Tesla, I could come out if I'm on a wheelchair. I don't want to step down on the street and have a 6 inches one step. I'll just go on a sidewalk and just go through that. That's another option. And then there we don't need to worry about that 6 inches of the road curb or the flat curb. So we'll definitely work with the resident on that. But I do want to assure that we have put extensive amount of work on this one with the community. I have sent the letters after letters after letters after letters to them to make sure that we heard the comments, and we have received their email, and we have, in a responsible manner, we have responded them back to.
Are you surprised that they're here tonight, not on board with the proposal? Based on that level of interaction you're describing?
I do not have answer for that, but this is just the comments that I wanted to
So
make.
what I'm getting at, oh, go ahead.
If I may suggest, I think staff is happy to schedule some time to meet with them to fully understand what their needs are in terms of how they get in and out of their vehicle, what kind of vehicle it is, and to try, again, to help them understand what this proposal is and what it would look like and how it would function. I would be cautious about committing to coming to an agreement.
Well, I'm not going to approve or vote for supporting anything that prevents an elderly disabled resident from accessing their home.
Understood.
So that's the bottom line. If you guys can't come to an agreement, then we don't go forward with the project.
So I understand that concern. I fully understand that concern. That's been heard. What I'd like to suggest, just based on what we've heard so far, because there does seem to be an interest in moving this forward and an interest in having a date certain, what we could propose is that we continue it to the April 30th meeting. That is 3 weeks from today. And so that gives an opportunity, hopefully, for staff to be able to meet with them. If that meeting is not able to be accomplished, we can at least provide an update at that time. Or if that meeting occurred, but there isn't an agreement, we could at least provide a brief update of what occurred and then a recommendation in the staff report for continuance to a future date.
Okay. So I just want to hear what Commissioner Aiken has, or Vice Chair Aiken has to say, because it might help move us forward too.
Nothing major. The confusion that I think I see is that we're not clear on what the use cases are. We need to actually be physically at the site with the vehicle or vehicles that we're trying to accommodate with Mr. Durand, so we can see exactly what it is he's trying to do. Given that essential information, I have complete trust that you can engineer a solution that is both workable and legal. But I don't know, from what I've seen, I don't know that that's been done, that you have actually put vehicles physically in the spot and watched people get in and out.
Right.
So I think that's what's missing.
So
I think you have
I like that. I appreciate the suggestions here. We can make a motion that will incorporate this. How about we could come to agreement on what the use case is? We can all agree, perhaps staff and the homeowner can agree on what accessing their house safely means to them. And then when it comes back to us, you can describe how much of those requirements have been met. Would that seem acceptable to staff?
Sorry, can you restate that one more time? Thank you.
Sure. Just echoing on Vice Chair's description here. The fundamental issue is there are two different use cases. Probably we're using terminology that is not part of this world. We have the needs of the transportation department and the needs of the homeowner currently are not aligned. So the transportation department says, here's all the wonderful things we're going to provide with this improvement to the street. And then the homeowner is saying, here's all the wonderful things I need to do to access and enjoy my property. And these are partially overlapping, but not fully overlapping. So there's a perception that the current proposal by staff doesn't meet certain use case requirements. And we heard from staff that we did receive a list and we have met as many as we can, right? That's what I think I heard. So if we can get those things in writing and agreed to, we can avoid this frustration at the next meeting. We do want to hear it. It doesn't seem like we're going to be comfortable approving the staff recommendation tonight because we're hearing very strongly from the resident that this will hinder their access to their home. And you can imagine if some agency was hindering your access to your home, you'd be frustrated too. So it's really good that we were able to hear from him. We need to get it written down and very clear so that we're not having two different tales being told. Next time you come, we'd want to hear one agreed upon list, how much of it has been met, what accommodations for the ones that haven't been met that you're proposing. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you. And I have a response. So
Sure.
You could, this, as discussed, we'd be very happy to meet with them. I feel that there might be a disconnect in understanding exactly, what the problems are at this location. So this ramp is subject, it's become a legal issue with AB 413. So the ramp as existing, cars cannot park there. That's the existing condition. So
if we did not have our prototype installed, would there still be a problem?
Yes.
How so?
The ramp is non-standard. It's considered a pedestrian crossing. AB 413 prohibits any parking or stopping within 20 feet of a pedestrian crossing.
Are you proposing that we remove the pedestrian crossing?
No.
Would that problem?
Well,
okay.
We wouldn't remove the crossing. Parking would be prohibited.
So what I'm trying to say is there is some world in which an agreement can happen there that we don't have to negotiate, that you can work with the homeowner to figure out and come back to us so that we can approve it and it can go forward. And I don't want to go through everything now because the chair has indicated we need to move on to the next topic. But the point is that we want to, as a commission, I'm proposing, empower you to have that meeting and resolve this so that we can approve staff recommendation and move forward. But it's very difficult for us, and I'm unwilling to, and it sounds like we have other people feeling that way, to approve something that prevents someone to get safely in and out of their home.
We would be happy to meet with them to kind of go over but I will say that pulling up, we can't simulate future conditions of the concrete path. The bulb out there right now is not what we've shown in the design, so it is changing. So that might be challenging, but we will do our best to explain how things will change. And we'd be happy to do that.
I mean, there's a listening component.
Yes, of course, we have been listening.
I recognize that, but we've heard from public comment that people are not feeling heard and it's not being reflected in the designs. So we can improve that, and we're hoping to give you more time to do that. So that the motion I'm going to make is, I'll chair, to continue this to a date certain, April 30th, so that staff will have time to, I'm seeing some shaking heads. Is that not?
We're going to need to propose an alternate date, but go ahead and continue with your
All
motion.
right, you can revise that after I stumble through making this motion. So to continue this to a date certain that we will discuss with staff, so that staff has an opportunity to negotiate the needs of the adjacent property owner to access their house safely and come back to us for approval. We had discussed a couple of tiny things here. You've probably heard them. If those are addressed, I'm sure this will be a different kind of discussion at that time. But that's the motion.
I'm just wondering if maybe we want to throw in some wording that says that we may consider design changes, because what I'm hearing from the last time this came through PTC is that because we did not explicitly say that we should consider all their alternatives in the motion, that other alternatives were not considered. So maybe tacking that on to this motion.
I would assume that if design changes were needed, that staff would understand from the motion we already made that that would be what we were expecting to see. But would it be helpful for us to incorporate that commentary into the motion for staff's perspective?
So what I've heard is that you are asking staff to meet with the neighbor, with the resident, to help work to explain the current design further so that they can understand what's being proposed, and to listen to them about what their concerns and their needs are for access to their house. And that if the current design is not fully meeting those needs, identify what needs are not being met and consider whether there are modifications to the design that could be considered to meet those needs partially or as much as possible.
That is a very gentle version of what I'm proposing. I am expecting design changes to incorporate issues that are still outstanding, if any.
Okay, then I'm going to look to the other staff here to see whether they want to suggest then a later date.
Commissioner Heckman has had his hand up and down a couple times, so I didn't know if you wanted to say something, Commissioner Heckman.
I can wait until there's a second in motion. I think that would be most appropriate.
Okay, do we have a second? Let the record show that Commissioner Peterson is second. All right, let's discuss. Commissioner Peterson?
Very quickly, I'd like to suggest a friendly amendment that I at least am fairly certain, and I get the sense that other people are, that the one design that we're not going to have is probably the one that's currently marked out in the street there with the bollards or curbs or whatever you want to call them, and that we should ask staff to have those removed. Now, if staff wants to put a no parking sign there to address that concern, I think that's fine. If they want to paint lines on the ground, but I think for the Palo Alton, our neighbor here, has undergone enough with all that out in front of their street, and nobody simply is happy with that current situation. And then when the new design comes in, then they can go ahead and.
You're talking about removing the prototype?
Yes, I think the prototype has proven effectively that that's probably not what we want. So it did its job.
So do you accept that friendly amendment?
I'm not sure if it needs to be in the motion because we don't direct stuff like that. But I think the point is made and staff can hear what we said. I don't think it should go in this motion, but I agree with you.
Okay, additional discussion. Commissioner Heckman, did you want to say something at this point?
Yeah, thank you. So I'm going to support this motion because I think that there needs to be a meeting on site with staff and the property owner. There are parts of the motion that I don't particularly like. I don't think any member of our public should have veto power over whether or not something comes back to us. My impression is that staff has designed a solution that they think works, but that the neighbor doesn't understand it. And I'm hoping that when they meet, they'll be able to help the neighbor understand it. And the neighbor will be able to confirm that, oh, yeah, that will work for me. And then they can come back hand in hand. But if that doesn't work, I don't think that I'm not looking for staff to negotiate, but rather to come back and report. And if there's not agreement, I'm expecting to hear from staff why they think, even though the neighbor who may not just like any change, why they won't agree, but this will solve their problem, which, as I understand, they actually have an existing problem that isn't really known because of this change in law. They're not supposed to be parking where they're parking currently. And so this solution, I think, gets them a parking space in front of the ramp, the curb, whatever, but maybe not in the right place. That, I think, needs to be explored. So I'm gonna vote yes on this, and I appreciate really Commissioner Templeton sort of pushing this back to a meeting because I think that is the appropriate next step.
Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments, Commissioner Heckman, and your support. I will caution us, I did hear staff phrase it kind of like that as well. Disagreement is not necessarily misunderstanding. So we want to go open-minded and not in any way that assumes a lack of understanding. We have some solid professionals here that are working on this on the side of the public as well. So it's possible that there could be misunderstanding on both sides, and that's really what we want to resolve, because we know you're working hard on this. We do want to make that area safer, and we want to make sure that we're also taking care about the homeowners' rights. So, yeah, do we all?
Yeah, so I'm not seeing any other lights, so let's vote on the motion.
Before we vote, do we have a date for when to bring this back? Because we can bring it back on the 30th. I'm not sure that we have any transportation staff available at that date, so it may be just a written report with an update and a recommendation that it be continued to another date if there are questions. But I've just wanted to check in with transportation staff before we finalize the motion.
That could work. We can provide a written update and with a date, with another date of continuance, but we have some staffing vacations in the next month or so. So I need to make sure that we have enough staff available for another meeting. But a written update, I believe, can be provided.
Do you already know right now that the 30th is not going to work?
Yes, it won't work.
Okay, so then
I have to check this.
So it's then we're uncertain as to whether one of the meetings in May would or wouldn't work.
So this is where I stand on this. This first came to, this problem of traffic calming was brought to our attention in 2018. It is now 7 years later. This was last here at this commission almost 2 years ago. And still like the same issues almost. I mean, there have been improvements. So thank you, staff, for listening to but I don't think we're seeing the information that we needed or the buy-in that we needed. And so I don't want to, it needs to not be another 2 years. And so it needs to be in the next, ideally, if we could get agreement and then we could vote on it even without transportation staff present, that would be lovely. So
So then my recommendation is let's schedule it for the 30th with the caveat that if we don't have an update on additional information, though we're going to work to do that, or if we're not able to have staff here and there's need for discussion, then it could be continued to another date.
Okay, but then we'd want to see it like the next soonest possible one.
Correct.
Great.
Correct.
Does that delay imply that we need to address the prototype, like Commissioner Peterson said? Like, that's the other thing. Like, I know, I can see that staff is frustrated. We're frustrated too. We want to be able to move forward, but we're hearing that we're not there yet, and it has to be there before it comes back to us.
And my understanding is that the prototype is something that would be up to council to decide removal. So I don't think that's something that we can take direction on from PTC at this meeting.
Okay, so that said, we're going to leave the date certain as is in the motion, correct?
For April 30th.
For April 30th. Okay, so let's take a vote. Thank you, Ms. Dow.
Commissioner Templeton,
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Vice Chair Aiken,
Yes.
Chair Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner G,
Yes.
Commissioner James.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, thank you. We're going to take a very quick break. Thank you so much to all the members of the public who've been so patient with this, and we're going to come back and address the other component of this project. Welcome back, everyone. Okay, so we are resuming the discussion of the first action item on our agenda tonight. So we're dealing with the second intersection in the Crescent Park traffic calming project. And this is the 5-way intersection. Commissioners, it's 9 o'clock right now, so let's try and make our comments quick and then move to a motion regarding this intersection so that we can go on to items 3 and 4 on our agenda tonight. Go ahead, Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you. If staff could pull up the diagram of this intersection. And maybe zoom in on the traffic oval. Great. So there was a public comment about the sort of the relationship between the planted area in the middle and the gray area surrounding it. Yeah. And so I was hoping that staff could just help us understand, that I think the member of the public, their point was we'd like more of the gray area to have plants in it. And so, yeah. And maybe that the inner circle, which is more circular than the outer oval, maybe it can be stretched or maybe it can't. I would just like staff to explain, the dimensions and the drive over necessity so that we can understand.
So the dark gray part is actually the part of the apron. And I know that the size of that is really dependent on the truck turning templates that were used to design this. And again, for the fire to be able to comfortably, or larger vehicles to comfortably drive over them. But I will have Steve kind of go in more detail about if there's any changes that could be made.
So essentially, that is the answer, is that anywhere that you're seeing apron, it's because we need to have an exaggeratedly large apron for parts of it to be able to accommodate some of the truck turns. So if you picture, for example, a vehicle that would be going northbound on Center Drive, so coming out of the left side of your screen and trying to make a left to go on to Hamilton Avenue, the larger you make the planted area, the closer to their movement becomes to, instead of being a left, it's more like making a left-hand U-turn followed by a right, which if you pictured a really big roundabout is truly the movement you actually end up making. And so there were parts of it that end up needing a lot of apron. There could probably be a little bit of enlargement, but then it would also probably start to get a very unusual shape, and the apron would be different sizes on each side. So there was some concern that if the actual physical barrier in the middle is confusing, it doesn't very well communicate what you're intending the use to be, that it'll actually be worse off. So that's more or less how we landed on the sides you're seeing right now.
Thank you.
All right. So, and that's what I was hoping to hear, that this wasn't happenstance. Staff really thought this through. It seems like they've maximized the planted area consistent with, making this safe for our emergency vehicles. I'm satisfied with that. And I'm supportive of this the staff recommendation on this intersection.
Commissioner G.
Thank you, Chair. I had a quick question. Can staff help me understand the difference between what we're seeing in this diagram and what's the reality on the ground? Because I think you mentioned during staff presentation that this has moved northward than what is currently seen. Can we just see the side by side there?
I will have to look and see if we have that drawing. I don't have it at my fingertips.
Is it noticeable?
It is a handful of feet, probably. It's not a huge difference.
Okay, I think my only comment is, and this goes back to a previous public commenter, that I still think that coming, southbound from Center onto, this is the diagram we'll use. If you're coming out from the right side on Center and turning left onto Southwood, right, I still am wondering if, I know that the little divider there is supposed to help prevent that from occurring, but I'm wondering if maybe just enlarging the oval to block that off a little bit more has staff considered that?
So we did consider, and we evaluated a couple of different sizes. The balance we were trying to strike is particularly, so the area that needs to be mountable for larger vehicles currently there would obviously stay. And so all of the enlargement in the northward direction would be apron that can be driven on. And so the challenge we get is that the further out of the path of travel you are pushing people for, particularly say a westbound movement on Hamilton or a northbound left on Center from Center to Hamilton, the other direction. So this quote unquote solving the problem better for southbound lefts would make the problem much worse for northbound lefts, and you'd probably start introducing those people making wrong way maneuvers instead of going around. There's also the concern that for westbound people on Hamilton, as well as northbound lefts from Center, it actually would start to become pretty attractive to some people to just mount the apron and go almost straight across versus the much larger diversion. So it is an inherent challenge of the size and shape of the intersection, even being 5 legs. It's not like it's 5 where there's a center point that all 5 would meet. So you're trying to develop it on an offset and balance the wins and losses you get on that.
Seems like staff has thought this thoroughly. No further questions. Thank you.
I don't see any lights. Oh, okay. Vice Chair Aiken.
Yeah, just following up on that, as I watched the traffic there the other day, it occurred to me that when you have the final lane markings in place, you may have a good bit less confusion. So I just wanted to ask what you have in mind for the lane markings, particularly in the case of southbound on Center, so that they don't make that left onto Southwood.
Yeah, so the current circle oval has dashed yellow markings that are supposed to be what we would call lane extension markings to guide people to where they are supposed to enter. Those aren't shown in the drawing yet, but those would be added as well. And then we're planning to use additional signage. So the plan was to shift to the, I think, more familiar signage that shows the circular orientation, as opposed to what I think some people view as a normal chevron that's just saying like, go to the right, but I don't want to go that way. I think the circle will more clearly convey what the intended use is. We have been looking at the potential for putting more of those signs. You are allowed to put them in multiple places. So we want to strike a balance of not making sign clutter and not confusing people by having 6 signs that they see, but providing enough guidance for them to be able to react to it. We're doing the same thing in terms of like potentially no left turn signs, because you want to clearly convey the message that you're not supposed to turn left, but make sure that people don't misinterpret that as you're not allowed to go around the thing and turn left also. So there'll be, as we were going through final design, it may even result in some custom signs. You're allowed to do that too, because the layout is custom, basically.
Great, thank you. That resolves my concern.
All right, seeing no lights, do we have a motion? Go ahead, Commissioner G.
I'd like to make a motion to move the staff recommendation on this 5-legged intersection as depicted here.
Second.
Great. Is there any discussion? I don't see any lights, so why don't we take a vote?
Commissioner James,
Yes.
Commissioner G,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Chair Chang,
Yes.
Vice Chair Aiken,
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton,
Yes.
motion carries 7-0.
So I'm not sure that Commissioner Peterson's light went on when he said yes, and he said yes. All right, thank you everyone for your patience tonight. We move on to the next action item, which is a recommendation on an ordinance amending various Palo Alto Municipal Code chapters in Title 16 and 18 due to direction from the California Department of Housing and Community Development regarding state accessory and junior accessory dwelling law. So could we have the staff presentation, please?
Yes, we have Principal Planner Garrett Sauls online and ready to provide a presentation for you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Garrett Sauls, and as you all just mentioned, we're going to be talking about the 80 ordinance updates that are presented to you in the packet. So to go over just some of the background and the purpose of this meeting, the purpose of this conversation is driven by a letter that the city received from HCD back in October of last year, where they had noted a number of items the city's ordinance did not comply with as it related to state law. As a part of the attachments to the staff report, you also see staff's initial responses. And in the staff report, you see the discussion of those specific items that staff believed were more impactful to the existing regulations that staff currently has, or the city currently has, to implement the ADU and junior ADU ordinance. And so, as I noted just a minute ago, the specific items that we pulled out for discussion in the staff report were related to item HCD's comments number 3, 10, 12, 17, and 20, where 17 and 20 are similar provisions, but are mirrored on different parts of our code about ADUs and junior ADUs. So item number 3 was specifically related to the unit allowance that the state currently provides for, the interpretation the state has currently provides for. Previously, the cities and what our code currently identifies is that for single-family homes, a primary home could build one either attached or detached ADU and one junior ADU. For multifamily ADUs, it would be that they could have 2 detached ADUs and potentially up to 25% of attached units through a conversion, at least providing for one. What the new state law provides for is that for a single family home, there could be one attached ADU and one detached ADU, as well as one junior ADU for one property. So as a result, that would mean that there could be 4 potential units on each single family zone parcel. For multifamily, the number of detached ADUs changed substantially, where if there is a proposed multifamily structure on the site, a property would be limited to potentially including 2 detached ADUs as a part of that application. However, if there was an existing multifamily site and they wanted to build detached ADUs, they have 2 choices: to build either up to 8 detached ADUs if the number of existing units on the site are more than 8, or they could build up to the number of existing units on the site for detached ADUs, up to 8 or less than that. They still retain the ability to provide for a conversion in addition to that, a 25% conversion in addition to that. One of the other larger changes to the city's provisions was related to junior ADUs. As noted in HCD's response in item number 10, HCD's comment and feedback was structurally to say that the city could not incorporate regulations related to junior ADUs through what we identify as our provision, our chapter 18.09.040. That section incorporates all of the city's local regulations around ADUs and junior ADUs. And as I just mentioned, the state said that that section could not incorporate any provisions for junior ADUs, as all of those regulations were strictly carried underneath what the state calls as the section 66323 ADUs, where we reference that as 1809.030 in our code. And in order to try to maintain some of those provisions, which the staff has found to be very successful in presenting, creating units for junior ADUs on the site, we tried to provide for an alternative interpretation, an alternative provision where what is incorporated into the draft ordinance now is actually a bonus provided for the primary home when a junior ADU is built, where we feel more confident that HCD's concerns were more related to the nuance of structuring or regulating junior ADUs by themselves versus providing bonuses for the homes to provide a junior ADU. One of the other items that was talked about was about the historic inventory. And so one of the things something that's really important to understand in terms of process for what the city has, where there are category 1 and 2 our current processes where there are currently category 1 and 2 historic resources or historic resources that are within the city's recognized historic districts, Professorville and Ramona Street. Whenever there are any proposed exterior changes to those sites, those typically, depending on the level of change or the modification proposed, will go either through a staff level review process or potentially would go to the Historic Resource Board for review for those changes. Again, as noted in the staff report and noted in HCD's comments, state law has been changed to specifically refer to the California Register of Historic Resources, which, as you see on the screen, is an acronym of CRHR. And where the city currently has a number of properties within that designation or that have that designation, which vary between our category 1, which are sort of our most significant properties, and our category 4, which is our least or lesser significant historic properties. The state effectively was saying that, again, the city couldn't regulate, even with objective standards, couldn't regulate ADUs or JDUs unless they were on the California Register of Historic Resources. And primarily where this would be creating a potential impact on any of these historic resources, or the potential for impacts to the integrity of the historic resources, are more so related to attached ADUs, as those would need to manipulate the physical structure of the building in comparison to a detached ADU, which would not. One of the last major items that were discussed in the staff report was related to the city's kitchen requirements for junior ADUs and ADUs, where we had spent some time back in 2020 analyzing a number of factors to determine what were sort of how we could create some objective criteria and standards to help staff and the public and applicants propose applications that would conform to our requirements and objectively establish these standards that would help us, again, like I said, in our review process, that wouldn't have to go through this sort of cumbersome discussion of asking the question of what is considered a reasonable size for a kitchen for these units. Again, the state unfortunately identified that under the current state law, the language that exists within it is broad and not prescriptive, such that where a city's regulations might provide certain prescriptive regulations or indications of the number of burners, the size of any specific kinds of appliances or countertop spaces. The state law does not incorporate those specific provisions, and therefore the city cannot adopt something that, from HCD's perspective, will provide some specific detail. In their mind, that would be more restrictive than what the state law provides. The image that you see on the right-hand screen is a snip image from the city's updated ADU handbook, which captured a lot of those regulations that we had incorporated previously and were practicing up until earlier this year. And staff intends to, as a part of this discussion, or as a part of future discussions with applicants and members of the public, refer them to these suggestions as guidelines and provide that guidance to them to continue to try and give some clear feedback on what facilities would be acceptable to be able to approve these applications. One item that was missed in the staff report, and I apologize for not providing more detail on it, was additional information about tree protection measures. The state, in their responses based on item number 9 in HCD's comment letter, had identified that the city could adopt objective landscape requirements within the code, but they could not refer to other sections of the code in order to enforce them. And so in order for us to provide for these regulations and in order for us to enforce them, we would need to adopt those regulations into our own code. And so that's where you see in the draft ordinance this new subsection in 1809-040M, which provides and incorporates the definitions of protected trees, thresholds for impacts to trees, and replacement requirements, which on the right-hand side of the screen, you can see the city's tree technical manual table that provides objective criteria for replacement requirements based on the canopy of the tree. And with that, staff will conclude the presentation. Staff's recommendation is to approve the draft ordinance, and there's a tentative date for council set for May 12th to consider any potential ordinance if this item gets a recommendation tonight. Thank you.
Okay, commissioners, if you have any quick clarifying questions for staff before we check in on public comment, please light it up. All right, seeing no lights, Ms. Dow, are there any speaker cards? I don't see any hands online, I don't think.
Yes, just one speaker card from Sven Thiessen.
Okay, great, thank you.
I have a deck that I submitted earlier, hoping to show that. Because that will make things a little bit easier for everybody. Try to make, thank you guys for listening to this one gentleman for so long. Put your hands in the air. You guys are doing your duty. And stretch and breathe a little bit while she pulls up the presentation. What I'm here to talk about, it's so exciting and sexy. It's called impact fees. When you build an ADU over 800 square feet, Garrett, God bless you, Garrett, by the way. Correct me if I'm wrong on any of this, okay? If you build an ADU, adjacent dwelling unit, above 800 square feet, then you have to pay a huge, it's nonlinear in terms of the impact fees. In my case, it's around $26,000. Now, under Nexo, this is Grandma Judy, this is my mother-in-law. She needs to live in an ADU. We need to build. I'm at 314 Stanford. I'm the house with the EV chargers out front. For 14 years, it was free EV charging, and then 1 year, a bunch of Tesla drivers and other people burned through 5,000. Oh, cut my clock. Next slide, please. Impact fees, deferring impact. My ask is that we keep the way that the process is right now, but that you direct staff to look at a streamlined process to make this happen. Because to defer impact fees until you're ready for residency, which is allowed under SB 937 directed, you have to get the city manager to approve it. You have to get first, that means city lawyers have to look at it, then the city manager, then you have to get a notary, and sometimes the notary doesn't notarize it properly, so you take it to San Jose and it gets kicked back because the city's notary did not do it properly. Then you have to go back to City Hall, get them to re-notarize it, then go back to San Jose, get it properly done. So next slide, please. So this is just wasting everybody's time because it's only $26,000, maybe $50,000, right? We can buy cars. My daughter's operation on our leg was over $23,000. They didn't ask for a lien on my house for $23,000. This is silly, people. Okay, next slide. Keep going. One more, because we have much time. Okay, this is what happened in my process. It's taken me over a month to get this into the place. If you look at the actual code, there's some mays and shalls. And that's why I'm asking you to approve now to keep moving, but to direct staff to figure out a way to streamline this for the love of God so that Ed and myself don't need to waste time because this is all taxpayer money, all of our money being used, because like the person in Santa Clara County in San Jose at the title and lien department, they have to process it. And we're paying for that money, whereas it could just simply be put as part of the permit that says, do not issue occupancy or final permit unless these fees have been paid. It's not rocket science. And you can see it's taken a month. And again, you can look there, it took Ed over 10 days to get a notary to sign it. I'm here to answer any questions. I've been through the Reach Code wars before. I won this from Peninsula Clean Energy for my work with Reach Codes, and I'm the person who put in place our groundbreaking, award-winning EV, that's electric vehicle Reach Codes in 2012 and 2013 with Peter Pernijad. So I would love for you guys to say, we recommend staff. Hi, Garrett. I'd like to get to know you. To recommend to staff to work with existing residents who are likely to go through this, rather than making us go through all this, somebody else go through this hoops and be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. So I just want to do some quick context setting for this and respond to some other public comments that we got. So the reality is that we got some public comments about can you please change the ADU requirements and privacy, et cetera, et cetera. Unfortunately, there's not much we can do about this because the ADU regulations have been dictated by the state. And so for tonight, what we're really trying to do is address the letter from HCD. So any comments from the commission? Commissioner Peterson, then Templeton.
All right, so I'd like to address the comments by Palo Alto and Sven. Is there something that we can, well, I guess for staff, is there something that can be done to address the concern that Sven's raised? And then can I ask Sven a question?
Yes, but keep it really directed, please.
Sven, can you describe your experience with the planning and construction of your home? I think you even expanded the building permit to be able to allow to have that AV.
I'm sorry, that's not a direct.
Yeah, it's not agendized, actually.
Well, I'm just, I know, but it's related to the current.
The ADU or my home that I,
The current home where you've been through this process before.
Can I use the mic?
Yeah.
it was not bad.
Okay.
We got special permits for 3 different new technologies.
Mhm.
And so that wasn't impossible. And no, that wasn't bad. And so that's why it was surprising how complicated this was, and just time and money, our money, because we're paying Ed and the staff to get this together for this deferral. And that's why I would love just, me and Garrett sit down, just like that gentleman said, in a way, just sit down with staffer and let's come up with a better solution.
Thank you. I just wanted to establish that Sven's been through the process of building permits, built a home in Palo Alto, which is somewhat of a challenging process already. So if a citizen comes up and says, this has been a little bit of a challenge, it's not an idle, comment to come before us. Thank you.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes. So did I understand staff to say we're not going to be talking about the fees for impact fees during tonight's meeting, that even though it's in the booklet?
So the
packet.
Yeah, so the request to have a different process for deferment of impact fees. So the deferment of impact fees is something they're allowed to do. In many cases, that gets requested when they first submit the building permit, and so it doesn't cause any delay. But in a case where the request comes near the end, as you've seen in the public comment, it can cause delay. The question that the reason that we included a brief summary of it in the staff report was that if the Planning Commission did want to recommend that for, say, impact fees under a certain amount for ADUs, that we not have the agreement and therefore not to need to do the recordation, that's something staff could look into.
Okay. So what's in scope is feedback to staff on talking about this further in the future.
Right.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry, we're going to continue on. I'm sorry. All right. Are there other comments? So Vice Chair Aiken.
So in general, we don't have a lot of room to maneuver here, but that's okay. I think I support nearly everything anyway. The only point on which I'm not completely comfortable is the idea that the JADU bonus might be applied to the primary residence. And one option that we discussed in pre-meeting is that perhaps the bonus could be limited to the JADU itself. And I will admit that I haven't thought through all the implications, but my gut reaction to that was that seems like a good idea because I think it would encourage JADUs that are large enough to be used as dwelling units rather than having the JADU space limited to something like a home office and the remaining bonus going to the primary residence. So that's the only thing that I think I have on my list that merits discussion.
And after that conversation, we did take a minute to try to think about some suggested, some language to consider in that context. And so what you see on the screen here is sort of a highlight of that, the options I think listed or identified for item 10, specifically item 10, again, being the JDU provisions. At the bottom, you can see the draft language in the ordinance, and the underlined language that you see on the screen here would be a potential modification to that specific point, Commissioner Aiken, Vice Chair Aiken.
So is this a change to what staff would recommend? Because in the packet on page 26, staff recommends the following 3 bullets. So to remove the existing provisions for JDUs from 189040, adopt a bonus provision, and then adopt a finding. So does this change what the staff recommendation would be if we wanted to go down this path?
The recommendation overall doesn't change, but the potential language, or the 3 options, excuse me, does not change, but the potential language you see on the draft on the bottom of the screen, excuse me, would be a change to the suggested language in the draft ordinance as attachment B, I believe.
And so if this was something that PTC was supportive of, it could be part of your motion to recommend adoption of the ordinance with this additional modification to the language.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Heckman?
Thank you. Let's see. So Vice Chair Aiken had one of my concerns. And I think because I was looking at that alternative that's described on packet page 26, and I like the alternative language that we just saw on screen. And I think it appears to solve the issue of getting the square footage, but not using it for livable JDU space. And so I would be supportive of that modification to the staff recommendation. Let's see. On the issue of deferred payment of impact fees versus what we do currently, which is requirement to record a lien. I think staff is looking for feedback on that. And I support continuing to require the recording of the lien. You know, I mean, my feeling is that that we need to lock in the obligation and we need to make a public record of it. And I think that's the way to do it. I did, I guess in the, on the concept of sharing, as Chair Chang had us do in the last item, I did get a call today, earlier today from John Kelly, a resident who is the author of Attachment E, although it doesn't bear his name. Apparently he's the person who submitted it. And he gave me some information that I will just briefly share with the commission. He's supportive of staff's responses to most of the HCD issues, except he doesn't agree with their approach on the kitchens or liens. He questions the legality of the impact fees and the other 30 or so things on that spreadsheet that he turned in. He viewed that as a potential agenda, as an agenda for a potential meeting with staff, that staff would come back to us toward the end of the year and report on those items. So I share that with the commission for what it's worth. And then the last thing, I had a couple of maybe questions or clarifications on the draft ordinance that I'd like to just point out for staff to consider as this moves forward. The first is on packet page 62 and 63. And it's this subpart M landscaping. There's a relationship between subparts 2 and 3. They're related to each other. I think that subpart 2 has to start with except as provided in section 1809.040 M3. And then I think in part 3, if an action, it says described, I think you might mean prohibited there. So I'd like staff to look at that as these move forward. And then in subpart 4, just below it, you use the term will not delay. Typically, staff in this ordinance is using shall instead of will, so it shall not delay. I'd ask you to look at that. And then the only other thing I noticed was packet page 65, section 4 refers to the Palo Alto Local Historic Inventory and National Register of Historic Resources. And I couldn't figure out immediately how that was consistent with the changed language on packet page 58, where we've replaced Palo Alto and National with the California Register. So, and again, I know this is one of the HCD comments. And so I just didn't and so I understood the change on 58 as being consistent with the HCD. I didn't understand the new reference to it on 65. So I'd ask staff to look at that. And if any cleanup is warranted, do it. If not, if it's right the way it is, then leave it alone. Those are my comments. I'm otherwise supportive of the staff recommendation.
Okay, Commissioner Peterson.
Thank you. Question, Sven? What was it you wanted to ask?
My understanding is we could not get the building permit to
Mr.
start
Mike.
construction without.
Please speak into the mic. Please speak into the mic.
Yeah, we do have a planning commissioner who's online via
Okay,
Zoom,
sorry.
so they
We-
can't hear.
The question was, why did I object? And maybe I misheard, but I can't build until I have that document, the document filed with the city. And it took Ed, God bless him, 12 days to get that. And then it was the wrong notary. And so I had to go, I was on travel. I got his paperwork. The next day at 8 a.m., I was at the county office to file it. Then they kicked it back and I had to go travel. And so that delayed on my side 5 days. So I could not get my building permit to start then. And that fees got determined at the time of when you go apply for all of your permits. So I'm locked out.
So the
until
idea is
today.
to be able to start construction before that one final document?
Correct. They said I could not start. Was not issued any permits before. And maybe maybe I misheard what you said. I apologize if I did. But yes, that cost us Grandma Judy at 83 a month.
Right. To staff real quick, is there a way of, on this document to start without it, or is it really, it's the notice to proceed?
So generally that the process of getting it recorded is something that gets started as we're starting to look at their building permit.
Yeah.
And so that those timelines run in parallel. And so it isn't causing delay to the issuance, but the requirement that actually comes directly from state law is that the recordation occurs before issuance of building permit. That is what the current requirement is.
And then is the building permit here issued by the
So-
city or the county? Just out of.
By the city.
Commissioner, sorry, Mr. Yang's popped on, and I thought we might want to hear from our
Yes.
legal counsel.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I was just going to say, right now, this is a relatively new development that you can defer your impact fees until occupancy. And right now, it's in our code, our municipal code, to say that, you need to sign this agreement and have it recorded if you want to take that deferral. So what's pointed out in the staff report is the PTC could, provide direction that we amend our code to not require it for some projects. But right now it's required.
So, this, if staff could speak to how often do we have folks asking for, like, is this, are we running into a process issue because this is one of the first times it's
Yes.
happened?
Yes.
Yes.
That is exactly it. It is the first time we've had this request on an ADU because this went into effect at the beginning of this year, this option for deferral. So part of this is the growing pains of instituting a new process.
And my follow-on question to that is, I noticed that there are many signatures required. Is that process of all those signatures required in our code as well? Or is it just our internal process that?
I will ask Mr. Yang if he has knowledge to speak to that.
So I don't recall what signatures we have on there, but I would expect it to be the homeowner and the city manager, and perhaps the planning director. But really, it's the city manager and the homeowner that need to have notarized signatures. The other ones don't have that requirement.
And it has to be the city manager because it sounds like maybe his time is the bottleneck. Is that correct?
You know, it's something that he probably could delegate to the planning director or, you know, some other member of staff. But you know, usually it's not really that big of a bottleneck. As Assistant Director Armour mentioned, you know, this was our first time we put this form up on the website and we didn't realize it wasn't fillable. Then we got it fillable and it ended up, you know, not being fillable in all the right places. So yeah, these are definitely growing pains of the very first time we're going through this.
Okay, thanks. Commissioner Peterson, did you have more
Yeah, I
comments?
saw Sven had a comment, and I do trust that, you know,
Well,
Sven's
so
on the
I
edge of
just
the.
need to say that we don't usually have a back and forth and it's at the pleasure of the chair and I'm trying to keep this moving on. I think that we are sympathetic to
But like
Mr.
staff said, it's the first time, so we have a good case.
Right, but I don't think we need to problem solve that here tonight. What we can do is direct, if it is, we can certainly make a motion that we would like to include in our motion to direct staff to investigate streamlining, right? So we can certainly do that. But I don't think we need to come up with a solution here tonight. All right. So I wanted to I don't want to cut you off though. So if you have more.
Just real quick, I just wanted to thank the citizen for being in here, you know, pushing the boundaries. And I know Sven was the first person I knew that had an electric car, first person I knew that had an electric charger at home. This was crazy stuff back in the day. So I'm sure that whatever we're seeing here is also probably pretty cutting edge. So I thank you, Sven, for bringing it to our attention.
Yeah, thanks for coming and sticking it out with us through the other item. All right, so I just wanted to say that I agree 100% with everything that Commissioner Heckman said. I also like the new, in particular, and I think this is the one change from staff recommendation, is the new language that was suggested, because that also addresses the one big concern that I had about the 500 square feet for ADU being used to enlarge the home rather than for JADU. So are there other comments or are we ready for a motion? Because no lights. Okay, go ahead.
All right, I move the staff recommendation with the clarifications requested by Commissioner Heckman and with the alternate JADU bonus language described by Mr. Sauls.
Second. Any discussion? Commissioner Templeton.
Yeah, can you put so I'm just trying there's a lot of numbers and a lot of acronyms in here, and it's hard for me to parse out the difference between that and what's in the packet. Mr. Sauls, can you just say that in like one sentence or less, what the difference is? Because
it's just the last paragraph at the bottom.
Yeah, so what you're seeing on the bottom of the screen is a modification to the language, the sort of title text of this new subsection F in 1809-050. the current language reads that the existing or proposed home would get a 500 square foot bonus when they build a JEDU. This proposed language would say your bonus square footage that you get is equal to this is equal to the size of the JDU you propose.
Oh, I see.
So you don't have a case where they're building a 150 square foot JADU, but actually getting a 500 square foot bonus. They're using the rest of it for their house, which is what the current draft language that we originally prepared would do.
Is that a problem we're having?
Well, at the moment, the language that we currently have in the code is that the bonus is only for use by the JADU, and therefore it would not exceed the size of the JADU. Because we had to, as directed by HCD, not give new rules to the JADU that don't apply to the main house, we've shifted where that bonus goes.
I see.
But this is a way to limit it still to the size of the JADU. Rather than giving the house additional space that isn't actually aligned with the JADU size.
Okay. And do we need to specify in a motion that we want to come back and talk about all this other stuff in a little bit more detail, like the problems that were brought up by the public and the public comments and the emails as well? Like, is that something we can ask you to bring back, or do we need to make that part of the motion?
So if there are other topics that the public brought up in public comment that you would like staff to move forward with. So I heard different opinions, for example, on changing the current process in terms of requiring a lien for deferment of impact fees. It would be important for that to be in the motion or be in a subsequent motion, potentially for a request for additional discussion on that.
Okay.
Or recommendation to council that it be considered in this code change.
Yeah, I mean, the guidance I was getting from the chair and vice chair earlier is probably not to expand the scope of this discussion tonight too much, but I would be very interested in understanding the whole impact fee discussion, because we've heard it tonight, we've seen it in the public comments and emails. It seems like an issue. We also saw something about how the utilities engaging with ADUs versus the property itself and things like that in the public comments. Like, these are things that are not in scope for tonight, but that we might want to talk about. So I'm just throwing that out there. I don't know how that gets scheduled as something we should discuss, but if it has to be part of a motion, I would want to know whether we want to include it in this motion or a separate motion or what.
I think it might be a good idea to amend the motion to add that we direct staff to look at streamlining, or, look at efficiency improvements in the
removing
lean,
barriers.
Yeah, removing barriers in the lean process.
Yeah. Okay.
I would accept that amendment.
Okay.
All right. That sounds good. Thanks.
May I ask for clarification on that? We're going to make the process of getting a lien as efficient as possible. As we talked about, some of this was growing pains, right? Getting the forms to work and understanding this new process. And so the clarification that I'm looking for is there support from the Planning and Transportation Commission to consider not requiring a lien for some deferred impact fees? Because if that really is the potential action.
Well, not for me, which is why I said it earlier that my comments were aligned with Commissioner Heckman's.
Yeah.
But if there was that desire, we could certainly make a separate motion.
That would be my request, that it be a separate motion, because I think there are different feelings on that. And that really is the question. In terms of the deferred impact fees, the question is whether you wish to recommend that the lien not be required for certain deferment of impact fees. Impact fees are required. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about how do you handle the process of deferment when someone requests it, since that is an option now by state law.
Yeah, as the motion maker, I would not accept that as an amendment to the current motion, but certainly be worth entertaining as a separate one.
So we do have just asking staff to examine efficiency, increasing efficiencies in the lien process. So we're not addressing the lien itself yet. All right, so with that, is there further discussion on the motion? And then we can certainly do a separate motion afterwards. Okay, Ms. Dow, could you please take the vote?
Vice Chair Aiken,
Yes.
Chair Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner James,
Yes.
Commissioner G,
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
And so on that issue of the liens, is there appetite from anybody to make a motion about not requiring a lien in some subset or all deferments of impact fees for ADUs? So if somebody would like to discuss, make a motion, please light it up. Commissioner Peterson.
I'll make a motion to remove the lien per staff's recommendation and as described by our city attorney.
For all ADUs, for ADUs with an impact fee under a certain amount, what would be your?
I'm also confused because Commissioner Peterson said it was per staff's recommendation, but I don't think that there was a recommendation from staff on removing the lien.
Description, sorry.
Okay, per staff's description. And so did you want to specify liens on type, like not for all impact fees, for impact fees under a certain amount for certain types of development?
Let's leave that open for discussion.
Okay. Do we have a second? So we don't have a second. And when that happens,
So the motion fails for lack of a second.
okay, the motion fails for lack of a second. Would anybody like to discuss further? Commissioner Templeton.
Yes, I would like to ask staff to bring some of these topics back to us in a broader context when we're not restricted by the very specific need for the, whatever it was called. My brain is a blank. HCD recommendations, right? So if we can talk about streamlining the ADU process, there have been several public comments that have addressed problems that are outside the scope of tonight, but that are problems we really want to address and streamline so we can maximize the output of these things. Is that something you'd be willing to do?
I will add it to the list of things that we'd like to bring back. I cannot commit to when we would be able to bring it back to you.
Don't worry, I'm not
given the
asking for a
workload,
commitment.
given the workload and other commitments that
Well,
are time sensitive.
One thing I would encourage you to consider, and I don't think it's a motion, Chair, so just one thing is that this is an important component of housing production in this city. So I hope that it's in the wish list somewhere relatively in the next year or so, because we're hearing a lot of problems that we do need to streamline. So thank you for that.
Thank you for that clarification.
Commissioner Heckman.
So I just wanted to comment briefly that I didn't second Commissioner Peterson's motion because it seemed like he was moving to get rid of the lien. Which again, I think the lien is a good idea, but I'm not opposed to a dialogue about it. I just didn't want to just jump in and say no lien. I'd like, if that's something we're interested in talking about, then at some future meeting to have staff, bring it back to us with the pros and cons, I'd be all for that. But that's why I had that reaction to the motion.
Okay. Commissioner Templeton.
He doesn't want to say no lien, but I think we should consider singing Jolene. Thank you.
Okay. And with that, I think that staff has gotten the message about the various topics that we would potentially like to discuss in the future, understanding that there's a long list of things that staff has to bring before us.
Okay, and so this sounds like general interest, but maybe not a formal motion or anything, just general interest in bringing this back. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, so on to the next agenda item. Thank you, members of the public. Okay, on to the next agenda item, which is the election of chair and vice chair. And we've got, we don't have a formal process that we have laid out in our bylaws or anything like that. But there is a standard process that we typically go through, which is we address chair first, then vice chair. And so first we take nominations for chair. And commissioners may nominate anyone, including themselves, and then a second is required for nomination. The nominee states whether they will accept the nomination. And then commissioners who moved and seconded can make a brief statement on their nomination, and the nominee may also make a brief statement. Other commissioners may give comments, and then we can take a vote after all nominations have been made, seconded, and the nominees have stated their acceptance. Yes, a second is required for nominations. Or at least this is the process that we have used in the past that I am going to continue to use. Oh, okay, well.
And I'd like to invite the commission to ask whether there's any public comment as well.
After the nominations, or when does that happen?
I would suggest, and I'm going to leave it open to Mr. Yang in case he wishes to say otherwise, that you would invite it at this point at the beginning of the item. And you've basically presented the staff report for us. So thank you for that. And then
so there is one more thing, which is a majority vote is required for confirmation. That is important because we just saw on another commission that they had a 2-2-2 or something like that. Okay, Mr. Yang, did you have something to add?
No, I was just going to suggest that now would be an appropriate time for public comment.
All right, so do we have any public comments?
No, I have no requests to speak.
Well, that was easy. All right, so then it is all us. And would somebody like to make a nomination for chair? We need lights. There are no lights. Everybody's. Commissioner Peterson.
I'd like to nominate Commissioner Aiken for chair.
Okay, do we have a second? Commissioner Heckman's a second?
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Aiken, do you accept that nomination?
Yes, I accept.
Okay. And then would you like to speak? Would the maker and or nominator and the seconder like to speak to their nomination?
Yeah, I would like to speak to my nomination. You know, Commissioner Aiken is a pillar of the economy of the community, probably the economy as well, but the community, and isn't just a member of the community, you know, in a sense, but a member of the community that has roots in the community with kids in the community, in the school, and has that vested interest in making sure that our community is there for the next generation, that it's there for not just one segment of the community either. I've noticed that Commissioner Aiken is very thoughtful about the different, maybe that's where the economy was coming into my mind, the different aspects of the social economics of our community. And I think that is one of those standout topics that I see in Commissioner Aiken. Thank you.
Great. Commissioner Heckman, did you want to speak to your second?
Sure. I sang Vice Chair Aiken's praises when he was appointed vice chair, and I'm excited by the prospect of him leading the PTC through the next year. I think he'll be a terrific chair for this body.
Commissioner Vice Chair Aiken, would you like to speak to your nomination?
Certainly. Yes, it's humbling and reassuring to get support both from one of our most experienced commissioners and one of our new commissioners. I do appreciate that. And if elected, I hope I will enjoy the mentorship of those of you who have been in this position before. And I hope those of you who have not will learn as I learn. Thank you.
Are there any other comments? Commissioner Templeton?
He's doing great. Let's go.
All right, ditto. Anybody else?
Oh, I'll just say excited to have hopefully Chair Aiken soon.
Okay. That's it, I think. All right, so do we have any other nominations? I have to ask a question. So Ms. Dow, could you please take a vote?
Commissioner Templeton,
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson,
Yes.
Commissioner G,
Yes.
Commissioner James,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Definitely.
Chair Chang,
Absolutely.
and Vice Chair Aiken.
I'll make it unanimous. Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right, do you want to take over now? Congratulations. You can take over for Vice Chair.
Yeah, that's right.
Passing the mantle.
And I'll start by just making a comment, thanking you for your service as chair. It's been a privilege to serve with you. All right, so we have very little left to do tonight. We have the approval of,
Vice Chair. Vice Chair.
oh,
Vice Chair.
yes, sorry.
Requesting nominations.
May I have nominations for the office of vice chair? It's the disadvantage of sitting in the vice chair seat.
We can switch.
Commissioner G.
Thank you, Chair Aiken. Excited I get to be the first person to say that. I'd like to nominate Commissioner Chang for Vice Chair of the PTC.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
A second from Commissioner James.
Yes.
Commissioner G, would you like to speak to your nomination?
Oh, she needs to accept.
Well, I'm willing to do it again, but yeah, I'm willing to do it again.
Commissioner Templeton.
I would like to nominate myself. The year I served as chair was COVID and I didn't get to do it in this room. So I'd be happy to serve if Commissioner Chang would like a break. Thanks.
Do I have a second? Commissioner Heckman?
I would second the self-nomination of Commissioner Templeton.
All right, do we have any additional nominations before we ask to speak? I see no lights. So let's see, let's start with Commissioner G. Do you want to speak to your nomination of former Chair Chang?
Yes, I would. Commissioner Chang's energy is contagious, and as chair, she's demonstrated an amazing ability to keep us focused and on track. She asks the right questions, helps the commission arrive at thoughtful positions, and always centers the public interest in our work. She's thoughtful, articulate, and brings people together to move forward in the best direction. Over the past 2 years or so, first as a member of the public observing meetings, and now with the privilege of serving on the body, I've seen firsthand how devoted and effective she is. I've also been impressed with how she's worked seamlessly with now Chair Aiken, which speaks to the strength of their leadership team. For the sake of context and continuity, I believe Commissioner Chang is the right choice. Chair Aiken hasn't had the benefit of a full year of a traditional vice chair role, and with 3 new members that recently joined this body, Commissioner Chang's experience and steady hand will be invaluable. I strongly support her nomination and encourage you to do the same.
Thank you. Commissioner James, would you like to speak to your second?
Well, I am very new to this, but I have had some help along the way. And I think Commissioner Chang has gone out of her way to kind of make this both understandable and attractive to me to serve on this commission. And yeah, she's been a steady guiding hand for me to get here. So I support her.
Thank you. Commissioner Templeton, would you like to speak to your self-nomination?
Can I speak for you?
Oh, well, you're welcome to speak,
if you want.
But I'll happily speak. I have served as chair and vice chair before, and I respect that there's a tremendous amount of work that goes into that. And I just wanted to say that all the things you have said about Commissioner Chang are true. And also that she deserves a break. Now that's always up to her and she can decide if she wants to do it. But as I mentioned, I think many of those things that you have witnessed with Commissioner Chang are also things I bring to the table in case she does want a break. Then I'm happy to provide any kind of guidance, support, and helping hands because that's what we do for each other here. So I think it's totally up to you guys, but I'm willing to do it if she would like. It's 2 years straight already, and then if she's vice chair, she'll have to do it probably for 4. So just keep that in mind. And yeah, I'll be rolling off of the commission probably in the next couple of years anyway. So this would be an opportunity for me to serve again before I head out. Thank you.
Commissioner Heckman, would you like to speak to your second?
I would. First of all, I echo the comments about what a terrific job outgoing chair Chang has done. It's been a great year of leadership. And my nomination really is, or my second is really more about sharing the wealth and sort of the nature of what we do on this planning commission. So my first year on the commission, Commissioner Templeton was the chair. And she did such a good job of leading by example that I was able to become the chair the second year without having trained in pre-meetings with her because I was able to watch her for a year. And so I know she is terrific at this kind of work. I also think that one of the things about this work on the PTC that keeps it refreshing is its dynamic of change. Right now we have 3 new commissioners in the last 2 months, and that's exciting. Getting to work with different people in different combinations on different issues is part of what makes this work worthwhile. And I think there's an opportunity here for our new chair Aiken to work with a different commissioner in organizing and running these meetings. And I think that would be a benefit to both the chair and Commissioner Templeton. So I hope that she will have that opportunity.
Right, other commissioners are welcome to speak to any of the nominations. So do I have any other requests? Commissioner Peterson.
Yes, so I'd like to speak in support for Commissioner Templeton that I've seen Commissioner Templeton not just be someone that's interested in the community, but also somebody who is mentoring of people in the community. I think one other person that was previously on the chair that on the commission that was very good at that was Commissioner Suma, who is known for really mentoring a lot of people. And I think that's an important role in the vice chair is that the big perspective on the role on supporting the community. And then also I want to mention that Commissioner Templeton's work with the bike safety is incredibly important. And I do appreciate the questions she's asked about the reporting from the police department on where the accidents are, how are the accidents classified, how specifically can classifications be get downgraded. And I think that's an important focus that I'd like to see on the commission to finish that work, which sounds like it was started. All of us, well, it sounds like everyone with kids have had close calls with vehicles. And so I think Commissioner Templeton does have that laser focus on that topic. Thank you.
Any other comments? Commissioner Chang.
Yeah, so I have no light. I would be happy to serve again if that's the will of the commission. So we'll just leave it up to the group. It is more work, but it's also, that's why I'm here, to do the work. So again, leave it up to the group.
And Chair Aiken, if I may, staff's recommendation would be to conduct this vote by written ballot. Given that we have two nominees separately, we would do a single vote, and each member would write down who their choice is. We do need to have a record, and we would read it out afterwards, who voted for which. But some language that Mr. Yang has provided me is that staff would distribute a ballot to the council members, or we could just receive papers with notes on it. After submission of all the ballots, we would read aloud the name of each council member and who they voted for, and then the nominee receiving the majority of the votes would be elected to be vice chair.
Commissioners for now, guys. We all appreciate the promotion, but
sorry, I'm reading and translating language that I've got here in front of me from council.
Pardon me, Commissioner Templeton?
Say that again.
Oh, I just asked the chair if I could make a comment before we vote. Since Commissioner Chang has indicated her interest in continuing to pursue this, the comment I will add is that in all the time that I have been on this commission, we have rotated this role. And so I think I would encourage people to think about that, and hopefully she'll be rotating back in sometime in the future, but it would be nice to continue, and you will appreciate that when it's next year and we're voting for hopefully some of you. Thank you.
Did you want us to just use paper then, or?
Yeah, this is.
I'll check in. We could provide you some pieces of paper and just have each of you write it. Yeah, right behind you was those cards. Oh,
Through the chair, how's this going to work for me?
Oh, that is a very good point. Thank you. All right, let's think about how we can do it digitally. You could send an email in to us. Commissioner Heckman, is that something that you are able to do?
Mr. Yang?
Yeah, I was just going to suggest an email.
Thank you.
I was going to suggest an email if that's something you're able to do.
Can I send it to Assistant Director Armour?
Yes, that would be fine.
Okay. All right.
This is an interesting process. How does it differ from an ordinary roll call?
It allows, given that we've got two members who have been nominated, usually it's voting on a single thing where you're saying yes or no. So
is this a public vote?
And so this will be, the results will be public, but it allows you to make your choice and share it with us.
It eliminates the influence of the earlier votes on.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
And it is in line with the process that the council has used in the past, as my slip of the tongue indicated earlier. Thank you for your patience as we get the names together. I am still waiting to receive the email from Commissioner Heckman.
His service might be bad. Looks like he's right in front of a waterfall.
Almost there, technical difficulties. Okay, should be coming your way now. Did it arrive?
The speed of electronics, not yet.
Yeah.
Write it by text. Oops.
All right, got it.
Okay, Commissioner James voted for Commissioner Chang. Commissioner G voted for Commissioner Chang. Commissioner Chang voted for herself. Chair Aiken voted for Commissioner Chang.
You.
Commissioner Peterson voted for Commissioner Templeton. Commissioner Templeton voted for herself, and Commissioner Heckman voted for Commissioner Templeton. So Commissioner Chang has 4 votes and Commissioner Templeton has 3. So Vice Chair Chang with 4 votes.
Congratulations. We have an embarrassment of riches. I would have been happy to serve with the many good options that we have here.
Thank you. Congratulations, Vice Chair Chang. You have held on for now 3 years. And you are doing this to yourself. I'll remind you in the future. However, congratulations.
Thank you. Glutton for punishment.
And so now we can move on to minutes. Congratulations.
Oh, at long last. I was so eager to get to these. All right, the next item is the approval of minutes, the summary and verbatim minutes of March 12th, 2025. So do I have a motion?
Move approval as revised.
Second.
Ms. Dow, can we vote by voice?
Unfortunately, no, because Commissioner Heckman is remote. So, Chair Aiken?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
Abstain.
Commissioner G?
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton?
Yes.
Motion carries 601.
And the last item is commissioner comments, questions, and announcements. Does anyone have anything they'd like to share? Commissioner G.
I just had since it was just spring break, I was just curious, I saw that on the schedule on packet page 8 that we don't take a summer recess, but I know council does. Does anyone know if is there a particular reason for that?
That is correct. Because of our schedule, we do tend to cancel the second meetings of the month in November and December because of the conflict with holidays. And so instead of reducing the number of meetings that we have, say by canceling the 2 in July, the standard practice is to cancel those 2 in end of November and end of December.
To add, you just say if you're not going to be here, and then if enough people aren't here, there's not a commission meeting.
Thank
you.
you.
Have a planned vacation.
And I think that in the past, there was a little bit of conversation about it where we sort of said, oh, we could cancel this meeting. And ultimately, we did cancel a meeting in end of July or beginning of August. So even though we don't have an official recess.
Correct.
We can, as a commission, decide to do that. So if there's a desire, this is actually not a bad time to talk about it.
And as stated previously, staff always requests that you let us know if you do know that you are planning to or going to need to miss a meeting. Let us know as soon as you know. And that's why we provide the year's worth of dates ahead of time.
Thank you.
Commissioner Heckman? Yeah, so the last many years, it seems like we have decided for, I don't know, at least the majority of those years to not meet the last meeting of July or the 1st of August. There were some school schedules, I think, that led us for a number of years to just agree that we weren't going to meet that first meeting in August. And I'm open to that. I don't have conflicting vacations right now, but I'm open to that if people want to, have basically a month in between meetings. But what I really raised my hand for was, I apologize I'm not there in person and that I wasn't right on time, but I did want to welcome our newest commissioner, Mr. James. I'm looking forward to working with you, and I'm sorry I'm not there to greet you in person tonight.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Vice Chair Chang.
I had a question for staff, because staff took a poll or a vote or something about a potential retreat. And so this would be the time, I didn't know what, if anything came back from that and whether, this is future business and whether there was a chance to quickly discuss.
Thank you. Yes, we did get preliminary responses in terms of which days of the week would work best for us. And I'm looking over to Ms. O to see if she has a summary of that. We haven't yet had the ability to put together some suggested dates for that. There seemed to be a fair amount of flexibility from the commissioners as to when that could occur. So if some discussion were desired in terms of direction now, but my plan was to provide some tentative dates and send that out as a follow-up survey.
Any further commissioner comments?
Oh, I was just going to say, I haven't planned anything out at all yet, but just looking at the summer months, if the gap in July between the 9th and the 31st is actually 3 weeks. So you could even get up to 5 weeks of no PTC meetings. So we'll just say that.
Very good. If there is nothing else, then we are adjourned.